Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Thursday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. And you never know. You never, ever know what is going to happen. As we sat here and we said, look, man, anything can happen. It might be one of those days. It might be that time to make that move. We were hearing whispers and rumblings, and there was momentum. And we hit, what was it, the 11th pick, the 11th, 12th pick, and we started seeing the movement. Hawks are trading for so-and-so. Grizzlies are trading for so-and-so. Well, I don't know. Said trade, and DeMontis Sabonis' name popped up. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Sam Amick dropped a banger at about 10 p.m., then follows it up, comes on the morning show. So we have that for you as well. And we're looking around, and I'm pleading with the Kings. If you are going to move up, in the draft, look, Walter Clayton Jr., who went 18, by the way, I don't think there was any way the Kings were getting up there. I don't believe so. If you are going to move up, go and get somebody that's going to be one of these do-it-all players, right? Go get somebody that more so represents where the league is going. And that's exactly what the Kings did in Nique Clifford out of Colorado State. Nique Clifford out of Colorado State, shooting guard to smaller wing, goes about 6'6". He can shoot the rock. He can get to the bucket. He defends like you know what. This is exactly what we're talking about. Now, I know Scott Perry was on the morning show. We'll discuss what he had to say. And there were some press conferences, some quick Q&A press conferences. We'll hear from Nique Clifford as we have that press conference. We'll play for you in the 10 o'clock hour as well. The top of the 11 o'clock hour. We got the round table, too, coming up at 12. Can't wait to hear what the guys have to say and what they're hearing about tonight. Because the Kings ain't done. But this is exactly what we were talking about. A dude who can get after it defensively, a dude who can shoot 38% from three-point land, and somebody that's going to be a dog. Now, we'll discuss everything that means, right, as far as some of the other pieces on the roster. But today is a day, so that's what happened, right? We hit number 11, number 12, number 13. I said, things are going to start getting interesting.
Mark Williams randomly got traded.
Yeah. Couple guys got traded. Things are going to start getting a little interesting. And I had people, and I'm actually going to find the responses now because that's what I had to say. Okay? Things are going to start getting interesting. And people, Allen, what's going on? This is what I said. As we approach at 6:37 p.m., as we approach the second half of the first round, things could get very interesting. Look, man, that's all I had to say. We got one response, define interesting. Another response, I doubt that. Another response, or not. Patience, people. I know Kings fans, the word, I think I saw Jill Adge say it's a triggering word for Kings fans. Patience. So we're going to look up synonyms for patience. But just let's see. I wasn't personally getting, I don't know if worried is the right term, but I was waiting to see, okay, if we get past pick 26, right? 27, something like that, that's when I would start thinking, okay, maybe they're not doing anything. But the fact that the Kings just waited, decided to make their move when they made their move, this is exactly what we wanted to see. The 24th pick in the 2025 NBA draft. The Kings select Nique Clifford, okay? And here's an analysis real quick on Nique Clifford. This is from NBA.com. Clifford looked like a polished collegiate player by his 5th season, showcases an all-around archetype that make him an easy lottery pick if he were a few years younger. Whether he was facing up or posting up, Clifford got to his spots at will, finishing with an array of moves regardless of the defense. He was an excellent shooter off the dribble or as a spot-up option and displayed patience as a playmaker. Clifford is a plus athlete. Wow! But he won't be able to rely on that portion of his game as much in the NBA, especially on defense. So they're saying, hey, he's going to have to learn some things defensively. But I love what I'm hearing about this kid. And yeah, he's a super senior, okay? He's a little bit older than some people would like to see. Born in 02, this is where we're at, by the way. Born in 02, a little older than we like to see.
Oh, he's younger than me.
But this kid is going to be something that I believe Scott Perry can build around. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's going to be this, or I saw people already doing it. There was a kind of a back-to-back between Nique Clifford, his stats projections, and Jalen Williams on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Look, man, like we said, there are different types of Kings fans. We got optimistic, pessimistic, realistic. We get all that. We can't do that yet, y'all. Let's not do that yet. Let's get him on the court, summer league out there in Vegas, in the desert. Let's see what he can do and go from there. But there is going to be a little bit of fallout from this. Okay, like I said, shooting guard to smaller wing. So now we're looking around thinking, man, okay, yeah, he can go smaller wing, but that is another guard. He's closer to a guard than to a 4. So now we look around and we think, all right, you got Keon, you got Devin, you got Malik. Obviously, you have Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. We got a little bit of a logjam again. So what does that look like? I think the number one thing that this tells me, and look, good on this brother for linking up with Austin Reeves, who apparently declined his option, by the way. Austin Reeves he's trying to chase the paper, trying to get that bag. We respect him for that. But kudos to Jake LaRavia and his camp for how they executed this media tour that he went on. He did Q&As with Michael Scotto. He's in a random car with Austin Reeves. He's working out with Austin Reeves. And the first thing I thought when I saw this Nique Clifford decision, obviously two things can exist, and I think they like both these guys. But the first thing I thought was, we're probably saying goodbye to Jake LaRavia. This is one of the reasons, on top of just liking Nique Clifford and things of that nature, one of the reasons they're making this decision is because they think that Jake LaRavia type of player, who yesterday we talked about Swiss Army knife and college basketball reports calling Nique Clifford a Swiss Army knife. But we talked about them. We said, Kyle and I argued. We were arguing between 1 and 2. Okay, that's not much of an argument between, is it just Keegan? Is it Keegan and Keon? I threw in Jake LaRavia, and I said, I don't know what's going to happen with Jake LaRavia. And a move like this tells me that maybe the Kings don't know what's going to happen with Jake LaRavia. Obviously, you're trying to stockpile players like this. But if you look at who the Kings already have on the roster, and there's a bit of a logjam without Jake LaRavia, this tells me the Kings may be hearing that Jake LaRavia's price tag is a little bit more than what they're able to offer Jake, which would be 5 point whatever, try to do a 2-year deal with the second-year option. So that was one of the things that popped into my mind as they made the decision to get Nique Clifford. But how about Scott Perry? And this is what I say, look, man, I wouldn't call myself a cocky individual. I would say that, everybody should have a level of confidence. But I would be spinning the block on everybody because Scott Perry's on Twitter. And he's seeing everybody. And some of y'all are out there, man, tagging Scott Perry, do something. I would have just sat there with my arms folded. There was a media watch party last night. I decided to, I let the writers go. We had an early morning.
Even you didn't believe they were going to make a pick.
No, we had late night, early morning. I decided, hey, the writers can take care of business. I want to see you. Sacktown Sports, we are an army at this point. We have so many people, and really what we're turning into and what I'm excited for is we're a radio station, but we have a lot of young talent that we also, we can do the writing thing. We can do kind of the show, live stream, podcast thing. So there are so many of us. We just roll up and we look like a gang. I decided to let, Frankie and Chris, they can handle that. I'm going to stay at home. I'm going to get these Twitter fingers popping. I'm going to look up some more Jokic disciples that I can hope that the Kings draft today, which I did, and rock and roll from there. But if I'm Scott Perry, I would just post a photo on social media with my arms crossed. Like, where are we at? Where are we at, bro? I know that y'all are, a bit affected by your past and Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox. I would have sat there and said, BJ, let's take this picture, dude. Let's just take this picture with our arms folded. Where are we at, man? Now, obviously, they had to give something up. And Kyle, we were texting back and forth about this. There was a little bit of confusion. And shout out Dave, Scoop Dave. Do not sleep on Carmichael Dave and his scoops, man. I'll tell you that much.
Only when Shams is so overwhelmed he doesn't have time for it.
Well, Kyle, don't do that. We're giving Dave his flowers right now. So shout out Dave and, his ability, because everybody was curious what it was. I know I was curious. Was it just a first rounder? So Kyle, we were breaking down what exactly this looked like. Can you tell the good people the 1 through 16 protected, what went to the Oklahoma City Thunder, whose pick it was? People didn't know, okay, who's protected for who, and how did this convey to two second rounders? Break that all down.
Okay, let me just explain it first. First of all, I just want to comment, preaching patience for Kings fans when they literally just traded a future pick for a current pick is very ironic. Mm-hmm. But second of all, so the pick is San Antonio's, right? So what happens is based on what happens to San Antonio. Now, there is no situation where San Antonio is going to make the pick, okay? They traded it to the Kings in the De'Aaron Fox trade. San Antonio will never make the pick. It's just what is going to happen when the pick conveys is based on San Antonio's record, right?
Right.
So if San Antonio is drafting 1 through 16 in 2027, which is 2 years from now.
Which would mean they kind of stunk.
It means they were either a play-in team that didn't make the playoffs, or they were the 8th seed in the West. If San Antonio is picking 1 through 16 2 years from now, the Kings will keep the pick.
Or worse, right?
I'm saying 1 through 16.
Yeah. I'm saying if San Antonio if San Antonio misses the playoffs.
If San Antonio misses the playoffs or is the 8th seed.
Okay.
Again, there's technicalities. Sure. Just if they miss the playoffs or they're the 8th seed, the Kings will keep the pick. And they'll draft 1 through 16, whatever it is. If it falls 17 through 30, which is most likely going to happen.
Yeah.
Because we assume the Spurs with De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle and Wemby are going to be awesome in 2 years. Then Oklahoma City picks at whatever that pick is going to be. If it's 18, it's Oklahoma City. If it's 20, if it's exactly 24, if it's 30, it's Oklahoma City. So that's essentially the risk the Kings or the Thunder are making, which is could be 6 picks higher, could be 6 picks lower, based on how good the Spurs are. But the Kings got 24, and they gave up a pick kind of in the middle.
Yeah, I think the confusion was the second rounder thing.
See, this I don't know because, okay, so if it lands 1 through 16 and the Kings keep the first rounder, the Kings have to send 2 second rounders to Oklahoma City.
Right.
But what I'm confused about is the Kings only have 2 second round picks.
Yeah.
So I guess it has to be the 2 2027 seconds because they literally don't have any other second rounders right now until 2032 unless they tell the Thunder, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
And I think that's what it is, and so will we. Thank you for that, Kyle. Just wanted to give the good people a little overview because people were kind of trying to figure out how much did we give up for this guy and just kind of moving on from there. It felt like this was just a party that the Kings wanted to be a part of, on top of the fact that I think they really liked what Nique Clifford brought to the table.
The simplest way I can phrase it is they just gave up a pick later for a pick now, right? Even if it's 18 or 19, it doesn't matter. Your chances of landing a good player are the same.
Sure. And, again, some of this is, and this is what I said this is what I've been saying. Some of this is Scott Perry wants to come in. It's really hard, man. If you're a GM, you didn't get to pick your coach, right? It doesn't really matter what they say. We know what it is. Doug Christie was going to be head coach, and that's fine. I'm not saying it shouldn't have been Doug Christie. I'm saying that I don't believe Scott Perry got to answer any of those calls when his phone was ringing incessantly. And I think he knew that when he took the gig. So that's fine. So you didn't get to pick your head coach, right? Or at least it was a very influenced decision. And then on top of that, you don't have a first rounder. So you don't even get to make your first mark. You'd have to wait for, I guess, trades and free agency. So the first thing Scott Perry was going to do was either sign a Dennis Schroeder, which would have annoyed people, or trade somebody. And if it wasn't DeMar DeRozan, it probably would have annoyed people. If the first thing Scott Perry did in his tenure was move Malik Monk, people would be kind of annoyed. Obviously, yes, we'd see what was the return, but people would be a little bit annoyed.
I'm a pizza guy.
So the ability to come in and say, you know what? Yeah, we are going to kick it down the road. The Thunder, a perfect target because they literally don't have enough roster spots for these young players. They quite literally don't. So the Thunder very willing to kick it down the road and see what happens next. And you go out and get a dude that is prototypical on what we're seeing from the league right now. And you look at some of these guys, and age tends to be a big thing that gets talked about. He's 23 years old. So, yeah, he's older than Jonathan Kaminga, who, by the way, Jonathan Kaminga, his name is being brought up in conversation. Sam Amick, like I said, crazy article he dropped at about 10 p.m. last night. We'll break all of that down. And he was on the morning show as well. So he's older than guys like Jonathan Kaminga, right? And, Devin Carter was a college player too. But if you know what you want from a guy, then obviously that's not that big of an issue. Now, I don't know how high of a ceiling Nique Clifford has. And yeah, I'm sitting there saying, go get somebody that, is going to be a home run, but home runs can look different. Frank and Cardicelli is going to be in here. Jason Ross is a Yankee fan. We know those wall scrapers out there at Yankee Stadium. Home runs are different. You don't have to go out and get the next dude. And they decided to say, we're going to go in the direction where we know this guy, we don't know that he's going to hit or not, but we know that this style of player is where the league is at right now. We do know that. Now, second round is where I'm looking at my 7-footers from France and Serbia, and let's see if we can get a little bit dicey, right? Because I'd rather take some huge swings. I'm talking 2-0, 3-1 counts, 3-0 counts in the second round. That's where I'm at. But your first round, you get a guy who is very seasoned as far as the college game is concerned. He's 23 years old. So, yeah, he's an older player, an older rookie, but you know what you want him to do. Talking about Jonathan Kaminga, you got him about 19 years old. He was a 7th pick. Okay, you're going to be a dude. Okay, actually, we need you to be a role guy. There is no facade. Now, if he turns into a Jalen Williams, that would be outstanding. But that's not the initial goal. The initial goal is for you to come in, make threes, defend at a high level, be able to do some handling of the basketball, and we go from there. And he has a baseline. It's about having these baselines and then expanding from those baselines and having the tools. We read it in the NBA.com analysis. He does a little bit of everything. So like I said, round 2, we're going to have some fun throughout these 4 hours as far as what I want the Kings to do, to go out big game hunting and see if you hit. Draft somebody during the Taco Bell commercial, during a Wingstop commercial, see if you get lucky. But for this situation, especially if you are spending a little bit of draft capital to do it, or, giving up a little bit of your future when you don't know where you'll be, go get what is maybe, and I hate to do it, I know it's a buzzword, I know it's a buzz term, the kind of higher floor, lower ceiling guy, and that's completely fine because you never know what could happen with those guys. Jalen Williams, and I'm not comparing them, but Jalen Williams from the Thunder, he got a lot of draft heat, draft steam closer to the draft. And yeah, he ends up going much higher than Nique Clifford, but there were people that thought, man, that's a little high. I don't really know. Santa Clara, WCC. Okay, we'll see what happens. And look at Jalen Williams now. So you're kind of betting on a baseline, and then you say, hey, if he doesn't get any better than what our baseline is, that's still a really good player in this day and age. So that's where I'm at right now with Nique Clifford. I love the pick, and I love the decision. I don't know that, Nique Clifford is going to be any type of stud, or even if he's going to be good enough to get minutes his rookie year. But I love the idea that we are no longer, and I'll tell it to you like this. Radio is in a similar spot, right? I'm a millennial. I say it all the time, 35 years old. When I was growing up, radio was it. Now we got to adapt. There's people out here streaming. You got YouTube. You got Twitch. You got all this stuff. Shout out to the YouTube. So you have to adapt. You can't continue to do the same things. Or people, radio's dying. Yeah, well, if you don't adapt, you very well may be. So the Kings, and I know I see people in chat right now, go get a point guard, go get this. That's one need that the Kings have. Okay? Tell me right now, when we're looking at this landscape, and when we see somebody is worth 2 first-rounders, 3 first, whatever it is, how often is that a point guard? How often is that a point guard? We got Herb Jones. Herb Jones out here. They're trying to fetch 2 first-rounders for Herb Jones. Trey Murphy is untouchable. And I know these guys are a little bigger than Nique Clifford, but it's this idea that is what you're looking for, right? Going and getting, and this is what I said yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but going and getting, and Walter Clayton might be a stud, and I'll wear it. That's fine. Didn't seem like the Kings were willing. Whatever it was to get up to 18 was probably a little bit too spicy. If they gave up this first rounder with protections to get to 24, I would imagine that 18 was probably a little girthy. Shout out Carmichael Dave. And we know that because we knew everybody knew Walter Clayton Jr. wasn't lasting to the 20s. So, and again, you're giving up assets for the 18th pick. Right? Kyle talked about it yesterday. If you're going to give up assets, just get all the way up. Just get up there, right? Don't sell the farm, but if you're going to get up there, get up there, man.
Yeah, but if you're going to get up there, don't do what the Pelicans did.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Pelicans traded like the Bucks and the Pacers picks next year to get to 13.
And a lot of people are roasting the Nets too, but I think this was the correct. I am almost more excited at the thought process than the actual player. Yeah, I spent all last night looking at Nique Clifford highlights. And no, he wasn't on Allen's big board. I don't think he was. If you call in right now or text and say, Allen, he was on my big board, I will never call you a liar to your face, but I'll think it. We didn't know what was going to happen. Names are being thrown around. And I think that's another good note, right? The leaks. We knew that there was obviously conversation that the Kings were going to do something. But the leaks and the names this and names that, Scott Perry, I believe and I hope him to be kind of a combination of what we're seeing in kind of the new age, but still has the foundation and kind of his feet on the cement as far as how things have been done in the past, even before everything leaked on social media. And somebody said, I thought it was a great shout. They definitely shut Shams down for the first, 3 picks. He was not doing his normal leaking stuff. And I thought it was great. It was kind of a throwback night. Obviously, we knew Cooper Flagg was going, but the Ace Bailey stuff was interesting. And I think Shams literally started tweeting, if I'm not mistaken, after Ace Bailey. So a great night. It's going to be a great show. We got 4 hours with you. We got some intel on Domantas Sabonis in regards to what Sam Amick had to say. We have more on our guy, Nique Clifford. Like I said, we will be playing that presser to kick off the 11 o'clock hour. We also have the Trey Young conversation. Turns out the Kings weren't interested in him. People are saying, thank goodness, but you still need a point guard. Levine, Kaminga, all of that coming up 4 hours with you. Allen Stiles, Checkdown Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about providing summer smiles. During June, we're offering a Summer Smiles special, $149 off braces, or $250 off Invisalign, and a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Plenty of draft conversation to be had, and I will reveal who's on my big board probably a couple times today because I'm excited watching highlights during the breaks.
Oh, so all of them are good.
No, every one of them. They're all going to hit. There's no other option.
If you're willing to watch highlights on the player, you already know they're going to be good. You're just getting the confirmation that they're good.
Exactly. And a player that we definitely know is already good, and that would be an understatement, is Domantas Sabonis, as we get into some of the notes from Sam Amick, and obviously he was on the show. We'll get into the morning show. We'll get into some of what he had to say on that show a little bit later in this one. But yeah, the article dropped at about 10 o'clock last night, and Sam was already getting aggregated, and I didn't know that he had kind of put out a piece, and I saw the aggregation. I said, oh, shoot, Sam he just dropped. It's like a mixtape. Throwback Thursday, I was listening to some old school Wayne and Drizzy on the way in, and it was, whenever Sam Amick, Sam Amick just dropped. So Sam Amick drops.
New AMC.
Yeah, and this was a bit of a heater here, man, and we're going to start with the Domantas Sabonis piece. Here is the quote, and it's good news. It's good news, okay? The newest on Domantas Sabonis. In terms of building blocks, team and league sources say the Kings continue to signal a commitment to veteran big man Domantas Sabonis. While Sabonis' frustration with the organization's handling of the Fox saga has been well chronicled, league sources say Sabonis has not asked for a trade and has had positive early discussions with Perry regarding the Kings' aspirations for this summer. Sabonis, a 29-year-old three-time All-Star who was owed a combined $140.3 million in the next 3 seasons, has remained patient with the process to this point. He'd feel even better, of course, if the Kings were able to land a quality point guard. Now, that last line there, I don't know does Domantas Sabonis feel better this morning if the Kings, let's say, they gave up, fine, we'll do 2027, no protections, right? Let's just play this game. Here's 2027, no protections to, I know Walter Clayton got traded, but just hang with me here. For number 18, and they go get Walter Clayton Jr. How much better? He's 23 years old. So, yeah, he's an older rookie, don't get me wrong. But how much, for everybody complaining about the point guard thing, how much better does Domantas Sabonis feel this morning if they went and got a rookie point guard?
Well, if they got a rookie point guard and nobody else, I think that would be a problem, right? Because now you're putting all of the franchise's point guard expectations on somebody who is 23 years old and has never played in the NBA before. Now, it's a little different when we're talking about like Con Kneppel and the 4th pick in the draft. Like, sure, that person is supposed to be a future all-star. Right. Walter Clayton is a guy that 15 teams were pretty confident, and multiple teams that needed point guards were pretty confident in passing on at the top of the draft. So all of these late first-round picks, it's hard to just come in and say that is a plug-and-play starter. I talked about this even with Devin Carter, and he was the 13th pick last year. Like, it's hard to expect anything from rookies in their first season in the NBA because it is such an adjustment when you try and factor in the 18th pick in the draft or the 24th pick in the draft. I don't think you're feeling better if you get just Walter Clayton and nobody else.
Right. And to that point, all roads lead back to, and we're going to talk about Sam Amick, bring it up. Yeah. That still no Chris Paul. And I have some notes on Chris Paul that I'm going to share as we have this conversation. But Russell Westbrook's name gets brought up. Okay. Dennis Schroeder's name gets brought up. Tyus Jones. This is the first time I'm seeing Russell Westbrook's name get brought up. So that's Westbrook, Tyus Jones, who we already knew about, and Dennis Schroeder, who we already knew about, who it feels like the Pistons would like to bring Dennis Schroeder back. So with that being said, you'd still need one of those guys. So even still, free agency, we're not there yet. Once free agency gets going, then Domantas Sabonis can say, hey, why haven't we done anything? But whether they get Walter Clayton Jr., to me, Domantas Sabonis would have been more excited waking up to see that Dennis Schroeder would have gotten signed with no Walter Clayton Jr. than Walter Clayton Jr. with no Dennis Schroeder, because that's where they're currently at. So as far as the whole point guard thing, I really just feel like, and maybe I'm undervaluing it, I don't know, but I really just feel like it's going to work itself out. So with that being said, and assuming it does, now you have Domantas Sabonis who feels good about the situation. We'll see. I mean, look, things have gotten a little quiet with some of the names. Okay, we're not going with the Trey Youngs of the world, apparently. And we know that in the article, Sam kind of says, hey, they're leaning towards the free agent market, but that's not to say that Colin Sexton might not pop up somewhere, or some of these kind of tier 2 guys. I think Kobe White would probably be tough to get his hands on. I think Kobe White is actually going to fetch somebody a pretty good return. But some of these guys that we brought up now, yeah, if you would have went and got a Walter Clayton and then signed DeJounte Murray, so Walter Clayton's kind of doing his thing, and then DeJounte Murray comes in, yeah, maybe something like that would feel good too. But all roads lead back to you're going to need a veteran point guard either way, regardless of whether you got whatever point guard last night. You could have picked in the top 10 and you get a point guard. You probably are still bringing in a veteran guy, especially when you have somebody like Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, guys that are getting close to 30 years old, and they want to see what can happen here. So that's my takeaway, and that's kind of the breakdown with Domantas Sabonis. I don't really know, unless anything can happen, and I know these are early conversations. The only way I see this going south, as far as now, this is not to say that there aren't fans out there that would like to see what Domantas Sabonis and Jason Anderson said Kings would answer calls, but Kings will answer calls on anybody. That's just where they're at right now. But the only way I see from the player side of things, Domantas Sabonis saying I want out, is if they completely miss on everyone, or we find out that Tyus Jones is not viewed. Let's say they don't, because of the draft, they decided to not go with a point guard. So a second round point guard doesn't really matter in that same way, unless we find out that A, they don't get a point guard, or B, Tyus Jones is not what Domantas Sabonis was looking for, or Colin Sexton is not a pure enough point guard, right? Let's say we're going to go get a CJ McCollum, a combo guy who always kills us. Let's go do that. And Domantas Sabonis feels like that's still a little combo-y to me. I really just want a typical point guard, or more to a traditional point guard. And the Kings decide, hey, I think we can pull this off, very similar to what they tried with Malik Monk and Zach LaVine, even though I think McCollum could do a bit of a better job. And Sabonis says, no, I told you guys, I want an actual point guard. That's kind of the only way, off the top of my head, I could see this thing going south, as far as Domantas Sabonis changing his mind. Things feel good right now. The only way I think this thing goes south is if free agency is a complete dud. And I just think between the names that we said, or Russell Westbrook is available and Domantas Sabonis says, that is not for me, right? And they said, well, that's all we could. Dennis Schroeder went back to the Pistons. Tyus Jones actually got priced out a little bit based on what we have. So we're going with Russell Westbrook, and Domantas Sabonis says, yeah, that's not the one for me.
Right, but if there's patience right now, which is what Amick is saying, but they're not, I don't, if there's patience now in communication, I don't think they're a Russell Westbrook away from this whole relationship falling apart, right? Now, you could argue it's just another check in like we don't trust the organization, and Sabonis at the exit interview was pretty vocal of like, I don't like the direction that this season took. Yeah. So maybe there's just like, it's not Westbrook specifically, it's all the mistakes before that, but I don't think they're a Russell Westbrook or a bad free agent signing away from like the whole thing exploding and Sabonis saying he's ready to go.
Yeah.
If they were that close, they probably would have made different decisions so far in the offseason.
Right. I'm just not going to say that it can't happen, right? I'm looking for reasons. I'm looking for how this thing could get south, because it does feel pretty healthy right now, and as if it's going in the right direction.
Well, and beyond the point guard thing too, like even before free agency, we're going to find out how they want the roster to look next year. The big one is the Keon Ellis. They got to decide what to do by Sunday with his opt-in or opt-out, and then sign him to a long-term extension. That'll be done before free agency. If they make that move before trading one of the 3 guards or 4 guards, then that'll better inform what type of trade they can make. So then they'll get to free agency, and maybe they'll go after a point guard. Maybe they'll wait and see on a Kaminga. And after that, they'll either make a trade or they'll still have Monk, LaVine, and DeRozan all on the team at that point. So I think even the next 3 days are going to help better inform what direction they're planning to go in Sabonis's mind.
And as it's been brought up, right, Kaminga's name was brought up in the Sam Amick article. That's kind of part of this as well. If they say, hey, we had a chance, if they just decide, hey, I know it wasn't the biggest need, but, and I don't really know how Nique Clifford affects Jonathan Kaminga. Jonathan Kaminga is a bit bigger. So let's say, hey, we had an opportunity to get Kaminga and we went and got him. Now, what the Kings would be giving up, I'm very fascinated at. In the article, Sam kind of mentions that the Kings are more so on the outside than some of these other teams. But if they did that and they kind of prioritized getting a young piece like that, that is something that Domantas Sabonis can say, so we're paying this guy $22 million. He's 22 years old, and we're deciding with Russell Westbrook. Kind of seems like we didn't maybe go in the direction, or we could have used whatever we gave up to get Kaminga to get a higher level point guard. But we're not there yet. We just have to see what happens. Let's talk about the history of the 24th pick. I'm telling y'all right now, some good names in the history of the 24th pick. It's going to make you feel really, really excited about what the Kings have done and decided to do last night as they sneak in to that first round. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia. I got a tour of their headquarters. I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hot summer savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every 2025 Silverado in stock.
Maida Chevy has stellar savings on every new Silverado, one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$12,000 off new Silverado, exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
West 2011 renewal. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, get a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Sacramento Rivercats baseball celebrates July 3rd at Star Health Park with the Independence Eve Extravaganza presented by Budweiser. Join us for baseball, fireworks, and fun for all ages. Record July 3rd Rivercats tickets at
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
It is a good question, though, how the Kings are going to figure out this point guard. I know I've said I'm not worried about it. And I'm not as far as the stopgap conversation. I guess my thought process is because, somebody, Joe from the 530 says, Allen, Chris Paul for 1 year helped that the young guards learn from him. I just don't know if any of the young guards that the Kings have could learn because I just don't see them as point guards, right? Could Chris Paul being on the team help Keon Ellis as a point guard? I think that it can help him, yes. Can Chris Paul on the team turn Keon Ellis into a point guard? That I don't know. So as far as the stopgap conversation, in my opinion, you're probably looking at the long-term point guard stuff in next season's draft. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. And then we're going to get there, and there's going to be some 6'3" point guard, and I'm going to be annoyed again if the Kings are looking at him. But that's how I see it. Unless, and I was just double-checking, some of these kind of second draft guys that we've mentioned, Trey Jones, for example, is a free agent. He's put up some crazy assist numbers before. He's 26 years old, so he's not a spring chicken. He's just younger than Tyus. But I would say that could be a direction, right? If you went Trey and Chris Paul or Trey and Russell Westbrook, and you did let's get a younger point guard, younger free agent point guard, or trade for a younger point guard and then bring in a vet, you could go that way. But I don't think bringing Russell Westbrook or Dennis Schroeder or Chris Paul is going to help the guards that are currently on the roster enough that, okay, now my young Padawan, I can go on, and now we have a point guard, NBA-ready point guard in Devin Carter. I don't see that. I think you probably need to go, and for your point guard of the future, you need to go get that somewhere.
Well, this is the tough thing about point guard of the future specifically, because if you're looking for the point guard of the future, you're looking for the next De'Aaron Fox or Jamal Murray, not the next, we can turn Devin Carter into a point guard.
No, that's why I'm saying if you feel like you've seen a decent fit, and I'm saying to just draft them. Yeah. But if you don't want to draft them, if the draft comes around and you're thinking, man, there's another 6'9" stretch, wing, and we really don't want to say no to this, and you don't, right, in the first round, and now you've kind of pushed the point guard situation further down the road, then I would say maybe bring in, I'm just bringing up Trey Jones because he's just a bit younger than some of the other guys, and you say maybe Trey Jones can, and funny enough, right, they were both on the Spurs, but maybe you could bring in a Trey Jones and say, hey, Chris Paul, we think that you can help get Trey Jones to a level, see what happens there, and you just kind of rock.
Well, and I think this is also more specifically for a situation where this interim beam team, as we've been calling it, this is a scenario where this group works, right? Because if this group comes back next year with a Trey Jones or a Dennis Schroeder or one of these stopgap point guards, and they're not good, the problem's going to work itself out because not only are you now looking for the point guard of the future, you're looking for the everything of the future.
Yeah.
And you're probably going to the bottom of the draft, right? Because but we talked about it before. Sabonis will have 2 years left. Keon and Keegan will theoretically be under contract. DeRozan will be done. We've talked about that scenario before. Yeah. And so this is kind of the weird situation where I'm not exactly sure where in this situation, like let's say they get 3 wings and they get a center, and then after that they're a 6 seed. At that point, do you then try and go all in for a point guard? It's kind of hard to find all the scenarios.
Yeah, so that's what is going to be the next question, and we're going to learn pretty soon here just from how they approach free agency. I'm not going to I would never try to tell somebody that Trey Jones is going to be an all-star or anything like that, but can he take another step? And you say, okay, he's 26 years old, kind of fits what we're trying to do. And bringing in Dennis Schroeder for a year kind of helped him out, or bringing in Chris Paul, and we go from there. As far as what the Kings did in the 2025 draft, the history of the 24th pick of the NBA draft, there are some names that you're really going to like here, okay? And most recently, 2024, Keyshawn George. All right, you have. I'm just going to go to the good ones. You got Ty Jerome in 2019. He was the 24th pick in the draft. Anthony Simons, 24th pick. Okay, speaking of a guy that we talk about a lot, Tyus Jones in 2015 was the 24th pick. Tim Hardaway Jr. was the 24th pick. Back in 2013, Reggie Jackson was the 24th pick. Back in 2011, Serge Ibaka was the 24th pick in 2008. Kyle Lowry, that may be one of the, based on this list that I've read so far, he's probably the best 24th pick ever, or one of.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
24th. Well, I'm not done reading the list, Kyle. 24th, Kyle Lowry in 2006. You have, it gets a little dry after that. So
Not Kristich had a good career.
Yeah. So it gets a little dry after that. And, there are enough names there to feel good about what the Kings did, and kind of like what we talked about. Hey, there's a baseline. And Ty Jerome, I don't really know how good of a example Ty Jerome is, because he popped on his fourth or fifth team, right? So that is a kind of a different situation. We hope that's not the case with Nique Clifford, but there's some dudes. Anthony Simons is a guy, he got to his rookie extension with the team that drafted him, and is now going to play with the Boston Celtics and see what he can do out there. Reggie Jackson, heck of a career, right? Played on some high-level playoff teams. Tyus Jones, like we said, kind of a weird career for Tyus Jones, but he's going to be on somebody's roster, and he might even be starting. Of course, Serge Ibaka, who probably comes in second behind Kyle Lowry as far as the number 24 picks, and this is since 2000. So, you're not going to find a ton of, oh wow, this is the craziest story ever, and this guy's going to be a Hall of Famer. But there is a Hall of Famer in, as far as the 24th picks are concerned, in the last 24 years. There's one.
This is the same exact conversation we were having with the 19th pick yesterday, which is, with all these picks, like I'd say 10 through 30, but you could just say 15 through 30, 50-50 shot they're going to be anything.
Yeah.
Right? About, of the 20 players from 2002 to 2022, because I'm not going to put Olivier Maxence Prosper or Keyshawn George, who just got drafted, in there. Of the group of guys who have played 4 years in the league for 20 years, 10 of them were contributors in the league. One was a Hall of Famer. One was an all-defensive player. And 10 of them were just guys who were in the league for 2 or 3 years and were gone, right? So you've got a 50-50 shot that the 24th pick will become anything, because it's really hard to evaluate and develop players.
When we return, we have that Nique Clifford presser for you as we hit the 11 o'clock hour Really excited to hear what the young stud had to say. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states. See website for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared. You into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
KHD 1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
As promised, we have last night's intro presser for our guy, Nique Clifford. And Nique Clifford, really excited to be a member of the Sacramento Kings, the 24th pick in the NBA draft. And this is how it sounded. Here it is.
Hey, what's up, Nique? I'm Sean Cunningham with KCRA3. Just did this night kind of go maybe the way you expected? Is it totally out of the question, out of the realm of possibility that this ended up happening to you?
Yeah, I didn't expect to be in Sacktown at all.
You expected? Is it totally out of the question, out of the realm of possibility that this ended up happening to you?
Yeah, I didn't expect to be in Sacktown at all. Like, that was probably one of the least expected places I thought, just because they didn't have a pick, obviously, in the first round. So definitely surprised me, but, you know, I was super excited. I got to meet with them at the Combine and build that relationship. And, you know, I'm super excited to get there and get to work and be a part of that culture.
James, go ahead.
Hey, Nate. James Ham, ESPN 1320.
One of the player comps for you is actually the Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie. What is that? What does that kind of mean for you? And do you agree with that player comp if you've ever watched Doug play?
Nah, I've heard that comp before, and I definitely he's a well-respected player, and I'm super excited to just be able to go there and learn from him, get to pick his brain because he was such a great player. But I need to do more homework, honestly, and watch more film because I have heard that before, but I need to do my research. And I'm somewhat familiar with his game, but I definitely want to watch more and start to learn from him now, especially that I'm going to be working with him every day.
Today, I'm going to show you how to do the Japanese natural Ozempic. No fluff. Let's get straight to it.
Jake, go ahead.
Nique, what's good, my guy?
I saw you up there, man.
Small world.
It's a
Good.
small world.
Hey, so excited to have you here, my guy. We'll see you when you get in town. But my question is this. We've seen you from Colorado Springs to CU to CSU. You spent a long college career in Colorado. What have you learned about that path? And do you feel like your game is probably more ready to transfer to the NBA level right off the bat?
Yeah, definitely. My experience, my maturity, that's what I'm going to take going forward. I feel like I have a great knowledge for the game and just a great understanding of how to play the right way. So I've been a part of a lot of winning teams as well, which I think is going to translate. Like I'm a winner from, high school on to college. I've been on a really great team. So all of those experiences and some of the adversity I've been throughout my college career, I'm going to be able to adjust and adapt to any situation I'm thrown into. And I'm just super excited for that and just to continue to learn and grow as a player.
Matt, go ahead.
Hey, Nique, Matt George, ABC 10. Welcome to About to Go and Get You. I mean, what is that feeling like, knowing that they were willing to spend some future assets to make sure you were a King?
Nah, it's so much love, man. It's so much love. And I got the ultimate respect and appreciation for them to even consider doing that because that just shows the belief they have in me. And it just makes me want to give everything I got to the organization. I'm going to spend so much time in that gym and just trying to perfect my craft and put on the best performance every night, being a consistent dude for the team. Like that's ultimately what I want to do and just help win and build that culture in the program.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, Michelle Bafford from KCRA in Sacramento. Welcome to Sacktown. Tell us about the jacket. I heard earlier, is it a Kobe Bryant thing, or is it just kind of like, as you said, God's plan and it's being Sacktown with that King's purple?
Yeah, nah, I did. It's all God. Like, I don't know how I ended up being the 24th pick, Kobe, my favorite player of all time, and then, choosing to wear purple, my mom and grandma's favorite color, and ended up in a purple hat. It just worked out too perfect. So I can't be more thankful.
Tony, go ahead.
Nique, Tony Harvey, NBC News Sports Radio. Congratulations, man. I know it's a big dream that's coming true for you. While we're on the subject of your purple-white gradient jacket, was there an issue with a Big Clifford jury that was supposed to come in for you that didn't make it? What's the story behind that?
Did your homework. Okay.
Yes.
I was supposed to get a pendant that was going to hang from it. It was going to be Clifford the Big Red Dog. Just trying to represent my last name, be a little different, unique. And I thought it would have been cool, but yeah, it didn't end up coming in on time, so it's all good. Just had to rock the Cuban.
So you will wear it to Sacramento when you get a hold of it, right?
Yeah, I might have to wear it to the press conference if I get it. I might have to.
Righteous.
Paramount surprised you, but what do you know about the team, the city, just the organization? What do you know about the Kings going into this?
Nah, and especially from even what I've heard just now, but just a great culture to be a part of. I've heard the fan base is crazy. Like it's one of the only sports teams they got out there, so they're going to give everything they got to the organization. So I'm super excited to be a part of that. And then the team obviously has a lot of talent, a lot of great veteran players, DeRozan, Levine, Sabonis. So a lot of guys I can learn from and just pick their brains. So I'm gonna have great vets around me. And, I just want to be a part of that winning culture. I want to light that beam a lot of times.
Sean, go ahead.
Nique, I was just curious, you talk about players who were comp to you. I'm just curious. There's not many guys that have come out of Colorado State. I know you weren't there for a long time. I think there's only 4 in the first round, but just what does it mean to kind of come from your journey, the journey that you've had in Colorado to the NBA?
Yeah, I'll say it's a true underdog story. Like I went K through 12 to a 3A charter school that everybody told me to leave and go to a bigger school. I stuck it out. I never played on AAU circuit. We always just played in the regular tournaments. And then, I did my time at Colorado, which was a big school, but ultimately ended up at a mid-major, what they called it. And so I think it's just a true testament to, my willingness to just get better every day and believe in my dreams and vision that I have for myself, and just trust in God's plan that it's going to happen. But I wouldn't trade my journey for the world. I've been through a lot, and it's helped me get to this point and grow. But I definitely keep that chip on my shoulder always, from coming from somewhere where a lot of people don't make it out of Colorado Springs, and a school like Colorado State where not too many people have made it either.
All right, Matt, go ahead.
Nique, you just shared what you've heard about the Kings fan base, but what should they know about you, the type of player they are? What are they going to get, or what are they going to see when they watch you suit up for the Kings in the Golden One Center?
Like I said, they're going to get a winner. They're going to get somebody that's going to compete and give everything he's got to the organization and just work his tail off every single day to get better. Just continue to learn and grow, and somebody that's going to be interactive with the fans and community. Like feel like I'm a cool person, easy to talk to. So I definitely will be interactive and always a good person to the fans. And then just somebody that's a true competitor. And my versatility, I feel like, is my biggest asset when it comes to just basketball in general, being able to make an impact in many different ways on the court.
Hey, did you know that SMUD is now paying Sacramento homeowners thousands of dollars upfront to put a backup battery system in their...
Kevin?
Hey, what's up, Nick? Kevin John, ABC 10 Sports. Doing all right. Just piggybacking off of what Matt said, there's a lot that's out there about you. We've read your accolades. We've read what you've accomplished. But about you personally, as the Kings fan base learns to embrace you and get to know everything that you bring on and off the court, what is something unique, distinguished, or different about you that you would like the fan base to know about you, or just the Sacramento media to know about you?
What's a good one? I definitely feel like I'm good. I'm pretty good at multiple sports, specifically ping pong. I feel like I'm pretty good at that. Another one, I like to make music a little bit here and there as a hobby. Rap a little bit, do some hip hop stuff, just for fun. I ain't putting nothing out, but just a little hobby that I do, especially with my homeboys sometimes. But other than that, I'm pretty chill. I'll
Great
play
stuff
video
there.
games. I'll go to different food places. I like to people watch. So I'm a pretty chill dude.
Jokes, especially now with all the transferring, it can get a little confusing with who's a real underdog and who's not. But I really don't care. Look, if you play like you're an underdog, that's all I really care about. Okay. And Nique Clifford has that dog in him. Talked about the Clifford pin that was supposed to be, and funny enough that he was wearing purple. I mean, that's just kind of was a good omen there. So excited to see what he's going to bring to the table for the Sacramento Kings, and what he's going to be able to do. And once Doug Christie, and because here's the other thing, right? Obviously, the coaches, this is the first time that I think the first move that we've seen, right? As we talk about Doug Christie working alongside Scott Perry, and obviously Scott Perry makes the decisions, but this was an issue in the previous regime. Going out, and I know Devin Carter kind of fit what Mike Brown liked, but at that time it was just too late. But going out, and there was the Beam Team season, and after the Beam Team season, the guys that they brought in, obviously they thought Chris Duarte would work out, but some of the other players that they brought in that it just didn't really make a ton of sense based on who we know Mike Brown to be and what he was looking for. This is a guy that, I mean, he got compared to Doug Christie himself. So this is a guy that I think Scott Perry and Doug Christie are saying, hey, this is somebody that is going to make it very clear what we are looking for. Right now, you can't just have a bunch of, you can't have a whole lineup of 6'6" dudes that have that skill set unless they all kind of varied in that way. But you are starting to see it's not just talk, because who doesn't talk about defense, right? Are there any teams that just say, nah, we really just don't care about defense? Everybody says it, but you got to go out there and you got to take somebody that is going to represent that. The Sasha Vezenkov decisions and things that, did Mike want that guy? They're all the way out there watching him, but it doesn't really fit what they need and what's going on here. They are talking about a certain type of player. That's what they have said since Scott Perry got in here, since Doug Christie got in here. They drafted a player that fits that mold. And like I said, I am basically more excited about the process than about Nique Clifford, the player. And I hope Nique Clifford is a heck of a player, don't get me wrong. But just to have what seems to be a thought-out process is what I was most excited about last night. To take a calculated risk, to understand what made the most sense, and to go from there. That excites me maybe even more than the possibilities of what Nique Clifford could be. So really, really good stuff there. We also have some notes from Scott Perry and the kind of the press conference post-draft that he did. So we have some clips we want to get to for you. Kyle, let's hear from Scott Perry about how, just like I was talking about, Nique fits the Kings' identity.
I said to you all in my initial press conference that one of the most important things that I wanted to get accomplished this year is to establish an identity of what it means to be a Sacramento Kings basketball player. And so going into draft prep, and I've just been here 2 months, that has been our mission, what we've worked towards each and every day as a staff, as a group, to find players who are going to fit that identity. As a reminder, things that are important that we're going to value here: competitive, tough, team-oriented, accountable, disciplined, and professional. And so, with that, we selected a young man tonight by the name of Nique Clifford from Colorado State, who we believe displays and lives a lot of those values.
That was Scott Perry on how he, as in Nique Clifford, fits that Kings identity. Let's get into what he kind of projects as and his skills as a two-way player and a three-point shooter.
He's a two-way player. You've heard me say that before, and you're going to hear me say that a lot. Guy that plays both sides of the floor, and that's important to what we want to get established here. He's improved each and every year throughout his career. He's an improving three-point shooter. So again, we're excited to get him in the Kings uniform and help develop him, watch him grow. And I'm sure for the fan base here in Sacramento, you'll find what a quality young man he is the more you get to know him. And that's important to us as well. Someone who wants to be here and is going to assimilate himself very well into the culture here in Sacramento.
The targets that the Kings had, we had heard about Walter Clayton Jr. We hadn't heard about much else. And I'm glad. That means that you're doing things the right way. And last night, Scott Perry came out and said, yeah, we had targets and he was one of them. Once Walter Clayton, I think a lot of people thought, okay, well, once Walter Clayton goes, if the Kings don't get him, point guard, what else are they going to do? And now we find out, and we have some sound from it here, that he was a key target. Nique Clifford was, and, they weren't just looking at point guards. They were looking at players, and they weren't getting caught up in what the team needs, the specific needs that the Kings have. Because the Kings have more than just a point guard need. They have multiple needs, especially if Jake LaRavia is going to take his talents elsewhere. All right, let's hear what he had to say about Nique being one of the key targets here.
Obviously, he was one of the key guys that we looked at. There were a number of players that we did like in the draft, but again, in terms of fitting the identity, he was a small group of guys that we really had identified, and we were just fortunate enough to be able to get in that position to get him. And one of the things I said to all of you in the beginning, too, when I first got here, we were going to be very prudent and opportunistic. So it all, worked out tonight. We put a lot of effort into studying this draft and kind of finding out where we thought people may go, and really kind of surprised he dropped really to where he did, but happy that he did. And again, just excited to get to work with him.
I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm not. But do you think every player that's drafted after, let's say, honestly, any player that's drafted after maybe number 3, does every GM and every team say, we were surprised that he lasted this long? Is anyone that says, no, we thought his bum self would still be around, right? I mean, they all say that.
So most teams say that. I would agree. I could think of 2 situations last night where the team wouldn't have said that.
I know one of them. I know at least one of them.
Which one are you thinking of?
You're talking about Hansen, the center.
I'm not. I don't know.
The Blazers took from China.
Oh, that is a good third one, actually. That's a good.
He could cook, by the way, but we don't know.
That's a very good one. So there's 3. There's Hansen from China, which I saw some people were making the point they're going to sell a lot of jerseys, and
yes, they will.
The team is trying to be sold right now, so it's possible that having a Chinese player on the team potentially helps your value of the franchise. I'll just put that out there. That was a good third one. The first one I was thinking of was Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. Every time they made a pick, they were getting made fun of for reaching on a player. So I think if Brooklyn holds a press conference with all 5 of those guys, I think they could be like, well, not a single one of them they could say, well, we were surprised that player fell in the draft because they reached on all 5 picks. The other one is Utah with Ace Bailey. They're like, we knew your bum, what was going to be there because you tried
to not get drafted.
You tried to not, and now we're going to force you to be here.
Yeah.
Who had a worse night, by the way? Was it Ace Bailey, the guy from the Raptors who had to defend him bleeping or lipping a curse word after getting drafted? Or was it Walter Clayton who thought he was going to Miami and then got drafted by Utah?
Ridiculous. Yeah, there's a lot to kind of unpack here. That between the draft and the Amick articles, 4 hours honestly doesn't seem like enough. As we continue to break down things that Scott Perry had to say last night, Kyle, let's get to his note on how Nique's production and improvement in college was valuable to the Kings.
One thing for me that's always been important is a guy's production and his arc of improvement. And I think he's demonstrated both of those things. And I know we live in a world now where a lot of the players that are selected high in the draft usually are, one and dones, and people, don't want to pass on the potential of a lot of the great young players. But for me, and getting a guy like this who is ready both mentally and physically to maybe step on the basketball court this coming season, I think is important. Now, obviously, he's going to have to come here and earn his stripes and show that he's worthy of that. But I really believe that he is up to the challenge. Enjoyed really getting the chance to spend time with him and talk with him when we were in Chicago. He was one of the young men we were able to interview and get the chance to meet. So felt like, had a good handle on him. And so looking forward to working with him.
That was Scott Perry. And one more for you. He talks about how Nique plays multiple positions, including small forward. Sounds like a Swiss Army knife. Here it is.
Well, here's a guy that played small forward in college as well, so he's very versatile. And I think if you look at the league now, it's about having depth. I mean, you look at the two teams that were in the finals this year and the ultimate champion in Oklahoma City. Both Oklahoma City and Indiana were very deep and very versatile, guys that could play multiple positions. This guy played with the ball in his hands. He can play all the perimeter positions. So it was just important to get the talent in here, and the rest will figure itself out. That's why we got Doug Christie in here as the coach, and I'm confident he's going to be able to figure that out.
There you go. There you go. Every word he was saying, just spitting bars, multiple positions, handling the rock.
Don't forget my podcast.
No, I'm listening. I'm subscribing after that, Mr. Perry. I definitely am. And that's just what you have to do. I think they played this thing perfectly. I think that when you that's not, look, playing something perfectly does not mean it's going to work out for you. We talk all the time. You take somebody that's the consensus number one pick and it doesn't work out, and now everyone says that you're an idiot, right? But your thought process wasn't wrong. The dude, now when the Cavs took Anthony Bennett, that wasn't the right thought process, I don't think. But in situations where if Cooper Flagg doesn't work out, nobody's going to say, oh, the Mavs, just a terrible thought process. It just didn't work out.
But if the Mavs had, which you can't put anything past Nico, but if they had taken Con Kneppel with the first pick, people would have been like, what are we doing
Exactly. So as long as the thought process is where it needs to be, that's what I'm good with right now. And, it's baby steps here. And it's unfair to Kings fans. And like I said, I've been here. It'll be what? I'm getting close to 3 years here. I can't even remember. But it's easy for me to say, hey, what's the rush, right? When Kings fans like a Chris Watkins or a Frankie Cardicelli that have been here forever and have seen a lot of failure, a little bit of success, and then it has been snatched from you in a way that you had no clue it was going to happen and didn't see it coming. It's hard to say, okay, because here's the problem. That's not Scott Perry's fault. He was here for, a couple months that first go round, but it's not Scott Perry's fault. And Scott Perry, he can't say, oh man, let me make this move because Kings fans have been struggling for so long and I don't want them to have to wait. He can't operate like that. You're allowed to feel annoyed, but he can't operate with the understanding that Kings fans have been struggling for a very long time. It's been 2 decades. They broke the drought for 1 year, and then the whole thing imploded. He probably feels for you, and I would assume that he does, but he cannot make decisions with Kings fans in mind thinking, let me rush this thing because I don't want Kings fans to have to suffer any longer. Again, just like my uncle out there in Panama says, haste make waste, and he can't be hasty even if Kings fans are annoyed. He's taking on the annoyance from stuff that he was not a part of.
Right, but it's hard to put that out there because this is, in some respects, a hasty move. Now, it's a very, very small move in the grand scheme of roster construction, but they traded a future first-round pick for a current first-round pick.
Right.
It's not like they're both going to be equal value, which is Dave was making the chicken or the egg conversation, which was the Kings got the chicken and the Thunder got the egg.
Right.
They're the same. They are the same thing. They just decided to take it now instead of in 2 years. But again, it's not indicative of greater philosophy of what they're trying to do because it's such a small move.
No, this was just, I'm Scott Perry and Doug Christie. This regime wanted to put it on the table and say, we have a dude and we want to show you guys the types of guys that we're looking for. And we believe in him too, but we want to show you, here's an example, all the stuff that we've been talking about, right? The defense, the two-way stuff, and the players. We want to show you, here is an example. Here is a sample of what we're trying to build. So that, to me, they did not want to go into this first offseason and not have anything to bring to the table besides moving players that people are connected to. Like I said, if they don't make a move and the first thing that Scott Perry does is trade Malik Monk, now people are going to be annoyed either way if that happens. But if Scott Perry didn't get a first-round pick, we haven't heard from Scott Perry since his pressers, and the first thing he does is trade Malik Monk, people are going to say, what the hell is going on? So that, I don't think they wanted losing a piece to be the first move that they made.
Well, and this is a very small move, even in the in-between, right? Because the first move that the Pelicans made was trading C.J. McCollum for Jordan Poole.
Exactly.
And I don't think anyone in New Orleans is like, oh my God, what?
Well, no,
atrocious.
because I don't even know what a New Orleans fit, what even goes through their mind. I truly don't. But when we return, that Amick banger that dropped at 10 o'clock last night, let's go over it. Drew Holiday is too old. Trey Young, they didn't like his play style. And Levine might not get that extension. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Ophelia Young in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Thursday. We are walking out to a comfortable morning under sunny skies with light winds. Weather continues to warm today with temperatures climbing into the upper 80s this afternoon. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Roseville Auto Mall is Northern California's ultimate destination when looking for your next vehicle. Find the largest selection with 20 top brands. Find spectacular deals during our big 4th of July sales event going on now at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about providing summer smiles. During June, we're offering a Summer Smiles special, $149 off braces, or $250 off Invisalign, and a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the Sacramento skyline, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, SacSuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. SacSuperstore.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
A lot to discuss with the Sam Amick article. 30 minutes away from the roundtable, fully loaded, and they were in the building last night with Scott Perry, the media, the media party. I don't know if they got food.
I was wondering, why didn't Frankie ask a question to Nique?
Yeah.
Why didn't I hear Brennan Nunez?
They were grinding. They were putting out a lot of great stuff on Sacktown
Brennan
Sports.
to ask him about like vampires.
SacktownSports.com. Go check that all out. 916-339-1140. They join us in 30 minutes. Chris Watkins as well. And, we're about to get to this Sam Amick stuff, but my favorite is, and we have our list of types of Kings fans. My favorite is, I'm just going to complain, but I don't really know what I wanted them to do. Okay, so I get this text 11 minutes ago, and y'all know I'll respond. Right. So 530 says, okay, so they just wanted to take the best player available. If you look at the depth chart, he's no better than the third or fourth on the shooting guard depth and probably no better on the small forward depth chart. I just don't see the vision yet when you are talking about a bottom of the depth chart player. If you're looking 2-3 years from now, he's not the guy either because he's 23 already. Clueless bleep by clueless people. With this ownership, the Kings will live in mediocrity forever. So I responded saying, so what should they have done? The response, I don't know. You're trying to sell us the new regime. Maybe status quo was better at this time, but you can't sell me this and saying giving away picks is better than keeping them. If you want to just be mad, 530, but you're not making any sense, right? Okay, keep the picks so you can complain about them in 2027. Right? If I ask you a question, right, and you're saying the ownership this and wah, if that's what you're saying, and I ask you what would you have done, then tell me.
God, you are Carmichael Dave.
Just tell me.
God, this is.
Just tell me. Just tell me what you would have done. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm saying give me what you would have done. Because I love complaining. I complain about the mocktail thing for a week. I complain about, I won't say the name of the place, not delivering my grill and putting it together for a week. But what is the answer? What were you hoping they would have done last night? Are you just complaining to complain? That's okay too, but I can't help you. I cannot help you if you're just complaining to complain, right? They're giving away picks. Well, they didn't, no, they didn't give away picks. They swapped. They got one in return. You understand? That's how it is. Like I said, text in, call in. Just explain to me what you would have done. That's always going to be what would you have rather them do? That's always going to be my first question. So if you have an answer, we can have a conversation. But if you don't have an answer, then this is a waste of time. 916-339-1140. It was not a waste of time to read Sam Amick's banger last night.
Senor Segue strikes again.
That is a 4-star Senor
I'm on a roll here. I'm on a roll here.
You know, you just spent 2 minutes yelling at a texter.
Well, that's how it's going to be. 10 p.m., you know, writing everything out that we're going to talk about today, and I see Sam Amick gets aggregated. I'm thinking, okay, I don't know where this is from. And then eventually I see that Sam Amick dropped a banger at 10 p.m. And I'm immediately just, you know, screenshotting what I'm reading and putting it out on social media. And we're going to break down everything that got talked about. And I want to start here. Jrue Holiday. And again, these are good, to me, these are good decisions. Good decisions. We're getting explanations. Right now, Sam Amick, a lot of people were upset with Sam. He wants to just make the drama and the drama. Sam Amick gets information. The guy is an investigator at this point.
He's also plugged into all 30 teams.
So this is the information that Sam kind of spat out in his article on The Athletic. Go check that out and follow Sam on social media. The first thing that I took away is that Jrue Holiday is old and expensive. And I already felt like Jrue Holiday was old and expensive, but I'm glad to know that the Kings also think Jrue Holiday is old and expensive. Here it is from the article. League sources say the Kings have explored the prospect of Jrue Holiday before he was traded to Portland, but were ultimately concerned with both his age, 35, and cost, a combined $104.4 million, including his player option in the 2027-2028 season. Thank you.
By that point, they would have already sent the pick to Oklahoma City from last night.
Thank you. It did not make sense to me. Another kind of option here that came out. And this one was a really interesting note because this is a guy that we had talked about on the show pretty often. The Kings didn't have interest in Ice Trey Young due to his play style. Similarly, there was a push among some power brokers for Sacramento to go after Atlanta's Trey Young. But league sources say the Kings didn't have interest because of his style of play, in parentheses, offense first. And yeah, that's a nice way of saying he's a traffic cone on defense.
Which he is.
And costs. He's extension eligible this summer, but is slated to earn $45.9 million next season. And he has a player option worth $48.9 million in 2026, 2027. And they're telling it like this. A couple weeks ago, we talked about your favorite sports movies. I said, Rich Men. Rich Men was on there for me. If you do not get a 2.4 or a 2.5, or I think it might have been a 2.0, to be honest. It might have been better than that, and that was the cause of the drama. If you do not get that GPA, you will not play. If you do not play defense, you will not play. They went out and got Nique Clifford, who is a dog defensively, right? They can't do anything about what's already on the roster. And they very well might. But right now, all you can handle is what you have. But Scott Perry's saying, I can't bring in any more bad defenders. I will not do that. So Jrue Holiday's too expensive and he's old. And Trey Young is expensive and does not care about defense. And even if he did, I don't really know how much better he'd be. He'd be better.
Oh, if he could just defend point guards, he would be probably more valuable. But
so I can't do it. You got Davion grabbing offensive rebounds over Trey Young, ending their season. I cannot bring that in. Overused term, not just in sports, but also just in life. Y'all know I came from the tech world out there in San Francisco. Culture. Right? You're bringing somebody in for an interview. We have great culture. No, you have a fridge full of beer and you have happy hours and a ping pong table. That's not culture. Culture is a belief in something. Culture is we all move in a certain way. Culture is we all do things a certain way. Scott Perry is trying to build a culture. It's not just about the beer in the fridge and the happy hours, and they are fun. There are guys, they be playing ping pong. I promise you, they've been playing ping pong for hours. Hours. Man, pre-COVID tech world was a time to be alive. I'll tell you that much.
You mean back before the tech world just got overrun by a bunch of rich you-know-whats and it completely ruined it?
Well, I don't know if they ruined it or helped it, but prior to COVID, it was what a time to be alive. So the word culture gets used a lot. This is Scott Perry saying we're not, and that's essentially what we saw with the last regime. Yeah, we want a culture of defense, but here's Sasha Vezenkov. We want a culture of defense, but here is enter X player that does not play defense, right? We want players that can do different things, but here's a player that can only do one thing. Nobody says they don't care about defense. Some of them don't, but nobody is going to say that. You got to go out and make sure that what you're doing matches that. And right now, that's what the Kings are doing. That's just what it is. We still have plenty to get to with the Sam Amick banger. We talked about restructuring Zach LaVine. After reading this, I don't know if that is going to be in the cards, as well as that dude from down 80, the 22-year-old star wing. Do the Kings have interest? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long, and my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Summer savings explode at latest Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST in stock exclusively at madeachevy.com. Now that's big, huge. Together, let's drive.
Deal for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
I was asking what people would do if you weren't a fan of what went down last night. Somebody said, easy answer, I would have packaged the 2027 first-round pick and DeRozan for Emmanuel quickly. We can play the game to say that the Raptors want DeMar DeRozan, which we don't know. I really don't know, and we've talked about it, about the homecoming, but I don't know how Brandon Ingram and DeMar DeRozan look together.
Well, no, it seems like they would rather have Malik Monk at this point.
Well, no, I know that. I'm saying this is what a texter said.
Yeah.
Malik Monk makes more sense.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I think it's fascinating that the Raptors have decided that, no, we don't think DeMar DeRozan, once our franchise cornerstone, would fit with what we're trying to do.
Right. So let's play the game and say that the Raptors did want to do that, 916. And again, thank you for actually having something to say and having an opinion, but a lot of people feel like Emmanuel quickly. And did he even get to 30 games last season? We
No,
did.
I think it was less than that.
Yeah, a lot of people think $32 million a year for Emmanuel quickly is a little much. Maybe you don't, 916, but somebody would.
But when he was on the floor,
he was good.
He was excellent.
I don't know enough to know. Are you injury prone, or was it just a random kind of rough season? But I hear you, and when I ask what would you do, I appreciate that. Just so y'all know, Emmanuel quickly 33 games this past season, so he did hit 30. And then in 2023-2024, he played 68 games. Before that, 2023, he played 81. And this is all with the Knicks, of course. 2022, he played 78. And his rookie season, he played 64. So besides last season where he played 33, he's never played less than 64, which is pretty solid. He's a young buck. I mean, he's 25. But I hear you. 916 on that one. I like Emmanuel quickly. 32 mil might be a little much.
See, he's a high IQ player. Am I right?
He is. There's your point guard. That solves one problem. There's a point guard.
Because his name is IQ. Get it?
Yes. Yeah. Very, very nicely done, Kyle. All right. Here is the breakdown from Sam Amick as we are getting through just a banger of an article that came out late last night. Scoops don't sleep. That's why Carmichael Dave never sleeps either. And Sam says it doesn't, and this is me, this is not Sam saying it, but to me, it doesn't sound like they will do the Kyrie Irving restructure thing with Zach LaVine, and it leads into a conversation about Jonathan Kaminga. Zach LaVine is chief among them, talking about the names that have been brought up. While the 30-year-old two-time All-Star is extension eligible this summer, which absolutely nobody is talking about or has been talking about, while the 30-year-old is extension eligible this summer, team and league sources say there are no plans for the Kings to prioritize a new deal for LaVine, which would literally be the Kyrie Irving situation, right? So if they want to do it, they could do it this offseason. Doesn't mean it won't happen. Sam is saying that based on what he's hearing, there are no plans to make that happen. And he goes on to say, if they are going to pay that sort of freight, it's quite clear it will be for a younger player who can be a long-term part of their future. To that end, league sources say the Kings are among teams that have interest in Golden State's Jonathan Kaminga and will be monitoring his market when his restricted free agency begins. And while it appears unlikely that Kaminga will ultimately come their way, it speaks to the vision and the range of possibilities here that they're even focusing on players of that ilk. So that is not crazy surprising, but to everybody that keeps joking about how much the Kings love Zach LaVine, it sounds like, again, Scott Perry is saying, okay. And Scott Perry kind of had to walk back in a way some of the stuff he said about Zach LaVine when he wasn't a GM of a team Zach LaVine was on. But it feels like Scott Perry's coming in saying, hey, we're not rushing into keeping Zach LaVine any longer, even on a quote unquote better deal. At least that's not what I'm even thinking about right now. Let's take care of some other business. Let's get a draft pick. Let's get a point guard, and then we'll see where we may or may not go.
And from the Kings standpoint, there's no reason to do that now unless you think that Zach LaVine 2 years from now is going to transform into the number one player that he's not, and you're all of a sudden going to get him on a bargain at $35 million a year or whatever it would be. So the Zach LaVine extension thing will probably be more of a conversation next summer. Mm-hmm. But again, by next summer, the whole roster could be completely in flux. So I think it's just one of those conversations you have next year.
I think that's a good point, because the quote-unquote extension eligible thing, it gets a little confusing. It more so gets talked about when you have guys like a De'Aaron Fox that have been with the organization. Kyrie, for example, has been with the Mavs for a couple years here. They go out, they go get him. Kyrie, it's not the same as the Kyrie thing, because Kyrie was in his player option season right now, or his player option off season. Zach LaVine is not in his player option off season right now. So while he's extension eligible and they can remove that, they can do the Kyrie thing now, they don't have to.
Yeah, and why would they lock themselves into 4 years of Zach LaVine when this regime has never seen him play on a roster that they've constructed, right? So I think the LaVine extension conversation will become more of a thing next summer, but we've talked about it before. By the trade deadline this year, who knows what it's going to look like if they're in 13th place or 12th place in the West.
They could be in 5th place, Kyle.
If they're in 5th place, they'll obviously keep it together, Allen. There's no questions.
I'm trying to... you go get Grant Nelson tonight, or, you bring him in.
One of your European guys.
Oh, I can't wait to tell. And by the way...
one of your just European big guys.
Yes. By the way, there's we have a group chat, right? The round table. And this was before the article came out. So the article hasn't come out yet. I say, hey guys, it's going to be a legendary round table. Frankie Cardicelli responds and he says, yes, but please no trade generator. I said, okay. Then the Kaminga news came out after. So I'm kind of lying to Frankie because I'm going to cook something up.
Okay, sorry to be the spoiler. I'll give it to you right now. The only path to a Jonathan Kaminga sign and trade is for Malik Monk.
That's what I'm going to do.
But if you're the Warriors, and no disrespect, you would know the Warriors better than me. At that point, aren't you better off just bringing Kaminga back kicking and screaming than saying, we'll just take Malik Monk and have him be our sixth man?
It depends how much kicking and how much screaming. I think it more so speaks to, like we talk about when we do have our trade generators, if the Warriors have to pick between, we're just assuming that the Heat are out. These are the only two options, right? Because obviously the Warriors would say, well, what else is out there? Let's pretend there's no other options.
We're saying the Nets don't want him.
The Heat don't want him anymore. It's just come back home, or we'll talk to Sacramento. Yeah, at that point, if I'm the Warriors, yeah, because Steph and the crew, they only have a couple more years. Hey, man, just wait it out. Like a freshman on varsity. Just wait it out. If I'm the Warriors, I'm not doing that deal.
Or if it's even a scenario where it's like Miami's interested, but they're offering Duncan Robinson and Haywood Highsmith.
Right. And if you're the Kings, Malik Monk and I was going to say Malik Monk in a protected first feels like too much for the Kings, depending on how much they like Jonathan Kaminga. Malik Monk and Devin Carter feels like too much.
No, I'm just saying you just do Kaminga for Malik Monk.
No, I'm just saying if you're trying, if the Warriors are saying Malik Monk isn't enough because Kaminga's 22 years old and he's got star potential, and then they say give us Devin Carter, if I'm the Kings, I probably feel like that's too much.
Yeah, of course, but that's where the negotiation kind of goes down, and that's why I asked the question. If it just comes down to Kaminga or Malik Monk, and obviously Monk's under contract for 3 years, but like if you're the Warriors, oh God, Malik Monk and Buddy Hield off the bench. I just thought about that. That would be,
I don't know, man.
That would be crazy. But I would also say, aren't you better off just dragging Kaminga back there and saying, hey, man, just you're going to take the money and you're just going to play a role.
Probably. But I'll tell you this much. Malik Monk in a Warriors jersey, that would give Sacramento Kings fans nightmares. And I know might be numb to it by now, but that one would be rough. That one would be rough.
I think a lot of Kings fans would be able to compartmentalize it if they not only get younger, but they get the player with the kind of offensive upside or two-way upside that Kaminga has, right? Like it would hurt, but I think you could compartmentalize it if you get a 22-year-old Kaminga at a discount.
Yeah, I think that's the only way you can see Malik Monk in a jersey. Obviously, anybody else on that roster is not worth anything because no Pajemski or anything ridiculous like that. But it would have to be. It would still hurt either way. But yeah, if you get Jonathan Kaminga, maybe it doesn't hurt as bad. I would just be closing my eyes every time the Kings played the Warriors because Buddy and there would be Penny Hardaway or Scottie Pippen Jordan comparisons with Buddy Hield and Malik Monk taking on the Kings. So we'll see what happens there. When we return, we will be joined by the roundtable. And don't tell anybody, but yeah, sorry, Frankie, there will be a trade generator. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Your favorite hour of the week is here, 12 o'clock on the dot on a Thursday, and it's not just any Thursday. You have the Sacramento Kings sliding on in to the first round, and we have three gentlemen that were in the building that got the invite to be in the building, and I cannot wait to talk to them as Brendan Nunes. I mean, there is so much content on Sacktown Sports right now on the Instagram as well. Brandon is kind of working as he's on with us. We got Chris Watkins in the building. We got Frankie Cardicelli. That's right.
That's what we
all in the building. And guys, let's just start here. You were at the party. Obviously, there was some windhorse fingers going on saying, why have a draft party without a first round draft pick? And here we are with a draft pick. Before we even get to Nique Clifford and the actual pick, just give me a rundown of last night, when you may have felt like a move was going to happen. Obviously, stuff started popping off after about the ninth pick or so. So, Frankie, let's start with you. Just give us a lay of the land here for those of us that weren't in the building.
Once again, you definitely got the invite, I'm pretty sure.
We'll talk about it all.
Okay. I mean, sure.
Whatever. He could have been there.
You could be there. I mean, if there was night two, you could have been there tonight too.
It was your night.
They're only doing it. They only did it last night.
Okay.
No, I think that, reading tea leaves, I think a lot of people expected the Kings to make a move last night. And I think, Carmichael Dave said it best, just kind of, from what he was hearing from people around the organization that are in the know, that they're not going to be reckless. They're not going to be, overly aggressive, kind of, which I think caused a lot of groans on the Kings fan base. Like, okay, here we go. Another cautiously aggressive, but still aggressive approach from a GM when, we saw what Monty did or didn't do for his time here with Sacramento. But once things kind of got past pick 15, it just kind of seemed like there were things in the works, and just kind of from what we were hearing from other people that were in the know, that they were trying hard for it. And there's guys that they had targeted, and, Nique Clifford was a guy who the Kings had their eyes on for a little bit and for the weeks leading into the draft. And while they didn't work him out, they did meet with him in Chicago. Scott Perry in the front office did watch him go through a pre-draft workout, or I think it was a pre-combine workout in Chicago. So not quite a one-on-one in Sacramento per se, but someone who fits the bill of what they want to do. We just have interchangeability, versatility, guys who can play multiple positions, shoot the basketball, play defense.
Yeah.
And, but really, as far as last night goes, the cookies were great to be back in the building, and great to see the Kings making some moves again. And, we'll see about tonight.
Really good popcorn, too.
The best it's ever been.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, you said, right, has a list of best popcorns? Or did you tell me that last night? Or someone told me?
Someone else mentioned that I think Golden One was top 10.
It was the best I ever had last night. It was a great night.
I agree. You really missed out.
You really missed out.
That sounds like it.
It was a great time.
Kings make a trade.
Yeah.
Best popcorn.
Oh, I would have been all over social
media. They had a private
with
concert for us. It was great.
Are you serious?
Yeah. At the end there.
Swayze.
Right after they traded for the pick.
Are you serious?
No,
there was like 13 of us in an empty gym.
There could have been
10:30.
It was a very quiet room.
There could have been 14. Chris Watkins, how are you feeling about everything? Did you expect them to make a move? And we always kind of talk big picture with you and kind of how you view the Kings. What I've been saying is I was more excited, honestly, about the thought process of the Kings and how this whole thing laid out. Look, what Nique Clifford will be, I don't really know, but just the thought process and how, hey, let's target the Thunder. They literally don't have enough roster spots at this point, so we shouldn't have to give up that much. And then they go out and get a guy who matches what they've been saying. I know Kings fans have been sick of you're saying one thing but doing another. Whether or not he's a star, we don't know, but at least everything they're doing seems to have a plan and a purpose.
Yeah, for sure. I think if anything, it's a positive sign that it's Scott Perry's first imprint on this roster, on this team, and I think up until this point, we've been kind of wondering like which direction are they going to go. Obviously, there's tons of rumors. Like, are they going to lean young? Are they going to try and run this back? I don't think we ultimately got an answer, but I think we got closer to an answer because. I know I tongue in cheek a little bit with like, they have a draft party, but they don't have a pick. Like,
right.
There was definitely a situation where last night the Kings don't make a pick. Like, right. I don't think, so the fact that they felt the need to get back into get into the first round, get a young asset in here next year, I think it could be maybe down the line we can look back at it and say this was the sign that they weren't going to go all in towards, hey, can we make another play and push or see what we can do with this current unit? And again, I would say that even if the DeMar DeRozans, the Levine, the Sabonis, even if all three are still on the roster during the season or up till the trade deadline, I think yesterday made me feel more positive that even if that's true, the mindset is more future based than trying to maximize the most out of these guys.
Brendan?
Yeah, Perry is, the big thing that he keeps mentioning is trying to establish an identity, and that being goal number one right now. And so, like Chris said, this is his first move to go and get a guy that he's identified very much fits that. So I think when you don't have a first rounder, you sit there and probably try to be pretty opportunistic and look for an opportunity to where you think you can select a guy that you had valued higher than where he fell to. And obviously opportunity cost of what you're giving up. But some of the future firsts that were given up yesterday were crazy trades. Like the Pelicans trade was ridiculous. What they gave up an unprotected first to move
Joe
up,
Dumars cooking
to move up 10 spots. I think they were the one that moved up 10 spots there. It's 2027 San Antonio top 16 protected first that the Kings gave up for this that would then convey that same year into 2 second rounders, their own and Charlotte's, meaning that you don't have this like log jam like we dealt with the Kevin Huerter trade for years of, these future firsts are locked up. No, it would turn into 2 seconds that year. You're really giving up 1 first and 2 seconds that are going to just be on standby, potentially moving in that deal. So I think it's good value. It's going to still be, this is a guy that's picked 24. There's a, 50% chance that this guy plays out. Like, got to keep in mind that this isn't a for sure hit, you know? I think there's a lot of similarities to Devin Carter, for example. And that's not to say bad things about Devin Carter, but it wasn't great in year one, even though there were injuries involved. So I like seeing Scott Perry go out and make his imprint, trying to establish that identity and get guys that fit that a little bit.
Yeah, and I do wonder, obviously, they like what they saw from Nique Clifford, but I do, and I said this earlier, look, we know that there was at the very least a conversation that was had in as far as hiring Doug Christie with Scott Perry, where it was, hey, we'd kind of like you to hire Doug Christie. I'm not saying that Scott Perry didn't have a choice, but Doug Christie was kind of probably mentioned a good bit in that conversation. was this maybe an opportunity for Scott Perry to say, okay, so I didn't get to do my phone was ringing incessantly. Maybe he didn't even get to pick up the calls, right? So he doesn't get to pick his head coach. And as it stood going into last night, they didn't have a first round pick. Not to say that it was a reach or anything, as Brendan just kind of laid out what the Kings could be or would be missing out on. As much as they like Nique Clifford, was there a little bit of maybe I want to put my stamp on the roster as well, right? So not to say that they didn't love Nique Clifford, but there might be a part of them that said, I want somebody on this roster that I can say, this is one of my guys, before we start doing the free agency stuff. And the first move is getting Russell Westbrook, and people are saying, what the hell is going on?
I think that'd be more of like I want to make a statement with this roster more than Nique Clifford, because I think us on this side of the table have heard Nique Clifford for last couple of days or a week. And I feel like that's someone that if he was there, they wanted to get. And I do think if you're going to make a more aggressive move like that, which could happen on Monday, maybe that move will come where it's like Scott Perry in that front office saying, okay, let's assert ourselves and like show that we're not messing around. I don't know if that's going to happen just yet. I feel like if that was going to happen, you might see more of an aggressive move as well, like the Trey Young trade, which it sounds like they're completely out on that. I feel like this is a matter of a guy who just fits the bill. And stop. Don't make that face. That's not happening.
Okay.
It's not.
Yeah,
you read Sam Amick.
Yeah,
it's
the
not
banger.
Happening. It's not happening. But Clifford was a guy they liked because again, he fits the bill. The Kings don't have many players who can be interchangeable. I mean, Keegan Murray is someone who plays 3 and the 4, and more comfortable as a 3, but someone you can kind of plug in at the 3 or the 4 in a pinch. Same thing with Keon Ellis. He can defend positions 1 through 3, but he's more comfortable with 2. Now you have a guy who kind of is more of that shooting guard, small forward combo. And will he pan out? We never know about draft picks. Draft picks are a crapshoot. We've seen number 1 picks like Anthony Bennett, sorry, shots fired, completely fall apart and out of the league within what felt like weeks. But we've seen guys that get drafted late in the draft, just like Clifford, they can pan out. So I think right now that's kind of what the Kings are hoping for, that they have a guy who they can kind of build around, have a rookie, a young player to build around, because again, Devin Carter's future is a little blurry. We'll see if he ends up, opening with camp in camp with them this fall. But I think right now similar skill sets, but different positions.
Any of you, I wouldn't use the word upset, but thought about the point guard situation, or did you think, oh, they got to go get a point guard if they're going to go into the first round? Or was it just, hey, and this is kind of how I felt, late enough in the first round, just get what you feel like you need. If that is a point guard, cool. But, once Walter Clayton ended up going 18, I'm just assuming if there were conversations being had, that was probably just a little too expensive.
I think that when you're in, and Matt George mentioned that Walter Clayton was one of the guys that they liked too. Like you mentioned, he went at 18. But I think that at 24 in the draft, like positional fit goes out the window, age goes out the window. It's just, who do we think can be an NBA player?
Yeah.
Because again, the hit rate isn't great at this position.
Kyle Lowry.
No, there's good players for sure. There are definitely good players that exist at this point in the draft.
Serge Ibaka.
And something that Chris has mentioned a lot recently is like the increased value of role players and ideal role players. And I think that Nique fits into that. A guy that's, jack of all trades, master of none. You got to make sure that the 3 is going to be there and some of these other things. What's the size going to look like defensively? But I think that his prototype of player is becoming more valuable in the NBA.
Chris?
Yeah. I mean, I think, overall, I think it's a good fit. It seems to make sense. I was a little, I don't know. I feel like I was a little bit surprised that they decided to I don't know. It just, to me, it feels like it's a good selection, but I think I heard Dave say earlier today, and I just kind of can't get it out of my head that, and I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, that this does feel similar to, I think you mentioned it too, Brendan, like a Devin Carter pick or the Davion Mitchell pick. It's a Keegan, like it's a 23-year-old that, I think there's value in it because the first 9 picks were freshmen. And so, maybe you kind of get a guy who's a little bit more developed, a little longer in the tooth, but I don't know. It just, I don't know. It was,
did you want more of like a more higher upside and younger that you can kind of bring along more? Or do you like, I guess the fact of they keep bringing in guys, those guys you named, that are quote unquote NBA ready. Cause a lot of people I see say he's NBA ready. And we did hear that about Davion. We heard that about Keegan. And
Feels
now
like it's about productive at the college level.
Yes. It's like you can plug and play him in the NBA right now. He doesn't have to kind of, cut his teeth or anything like that. He's not a young 19-year-old that has to kind of go through the motions. Is that kind of something you would like to see more of with the Kings because they kind of are in limbo, kind of have a more of a project, I guess, with higher upside?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think it's just, I guess so. I think it's still just kind of a little bit struggling to figure out the identity. I think that if they would have gone with somebody who's, young and more of a project, like I think you were mentioning, Brendan, that you saw Nolan Traore, like he's a guy who went 19 to Brooklyn, like he's a real project. I don't know if I would have felt good about the Kings taking that route at point guard, but it feels like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know how I would have felt about them, because your question ultimately was like, should they have addressed the point guard situation in the draft? I don't know if you were going to find your starter there. Like, I think a Walter Clayton and a Dennis Schroeder is fine. Yes. It's just, I ultimately don't know. It's the Davion Mitchell question of, are you drafting a backup point guard? And that's fine to do at 24. There's nothing wrong with that, but I just don't know if that's where I would try and address a backup. Backup point guard you can get, for the mid-level exception. Yeah. It's just a weird proposition.
And we've been aligned on the point guard thing. You and I have been, and that's how I felt about it. What's interesting, because I hear what you're saying. It's just a matter of who you think this team is. Because to me, I didn't have a problem with it because it is where the league is going, and it's somebody that can slot in and fit and do whatever it is you need to do, right? And shoot the basketball, defend, all that stuff. The funny part is that a good pick for the Kings? Because the Kings aren't actually there, right? How much are they going to get to use? Right. How much are they going to get to use a Nique Clifford? Because y'all are the 10 seed. You know what I mean? These guys excel. That's your ninth guy, eighth, ninth guy off the bench that randomly kills the other team in a playoff series or something like that. They're not there yet. So I think it makes sense if you think that you're going to be competing and you want someone to just slot in and know their role. Right. If you don't feel like they're there, then that makes a little less sense. That pick does.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I mean, definitely on the older end, especially like 24. We're talking like Chris Duarte age at this point.
No, he's
going to be 24 in February.
When?
Sorry.
That's next year. Then I'm 40. Then I'm 40. I'm 40. I'm 40 now.
Sure. No, that's a little different. He's entering his age 24 season.
Look, here, and I got to be real careful here. Okay. And I believe, Dave did say this on air. I'm just double checking. But the idea, and hang with me, some of these draft picks that we've seen with the college and more traditional, when we were growing up, that's kind of what we saw. You would see the one and dones, but hey, man, that's why Johnny Flynn went over. Hey, we've seen this guy do this. Is there any thought process that may or may not worry you where you say you have a Scott Perry who maybe is more traditional in that thinking, and I guess Monty was too in that way, more traditional in that thinking where it's, we've got this guy on film. He went to school for however long. I think Nique went for, was there for 5 years. And that's the direction that we want to go versus maybe some of these younger GMs that are, I'll go take a Amen Thompson from Overtime Elite. I don't know what the hell Overtime Elite is, but the dude looks like he can play, him and his brother. So is there maybe a generational thing going on here where it's, we're used to the college dudes that we've seen do it for years and improve for years. Low, and I hate to do the shtick, but the lower ceiling, higher floor guys.
Yeah, like who's the last 23, 24-year-old that like was a rookie and is a star player now, I guess?
Jaime Jaquez, go get him, by the way. Go get him.
Star is crazy.
Go get him.
Didn't he have a down year this year?
He did.
Now they're trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, now you go get him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't remember the last time the Kings brought in. I mean, we can think about it right now, but when did they bring in a 19-year-old? Yeah, like
it's second round though. Like it's way different when you're talking about this point of the draft.
To answer your first question, I think the answer is Jalen Brunson, but even he was like the 31st pick in the draft.
Brunson is the answer for like an older prospect that has made it work.
And he was also a champion in college.
Right, and he was a star in college.
But I think also the difference here is that, like, previously, a lot of these guys went to huge schools, like top-tier schools. You know, this is Colorado State we're talking about. Even you look at not just the Kings history, but Scott Perry's. You go back to, there's a lot of Duke in Kentucky. There's Emmanuel Quickly. There's R.J. Barrett, you know, and this is a little bit of a smaller school. Like, we're talking about a Mountain Conference West first-team guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which... that's great. It's also a different level of competition than what we're talking about with some of these other guys. So I don't know. I think that we're getting a peek into potentially Perry's preference and like type of player that he likes. But I think the answer to your question is just more about personal preference than anything.
Again, you know what? I feel as if we'll learn even a little bit more. I know it's the second round, but if they go older again, because to me, second round, that's 3-0 swinging to me.
Sure.
Wow.
Hold on now. Go get Maxime, Maxime, he might be older.
Well, what I'm saying is if it's a year ago, they're not even making this pick. They're trading it for cash. So if they keep the pick already, we're seeing that, Scott Perry, different kind of process here than Monty McNair, because how many times did Monty trade away a second round pick for future picks or cash? I think, at least 4 or 5 picks. So.
Could also be like, each organization's in their own, risk management profile where, the Kings are in a spot where, especially these past couple of years, like you can't afford to have a zero. Like you can't afford to have a Johnny Davis. We can't draft somebody and have it be Ben McLemore, Thomas Robinson, right? Like you have to get some, even if it's Davion Mitchell, like you have to get some sort of backup level production. And there's teams like Brooklyn and, there's teams that are in better situations than the Kings where you can use your draft pick and say, well, if this doesn't work out, like, I think the Blazers are a pretty weird example, but like they clearly felt like they're in a spot where we can take a swing. Like we nailed Denny Advia.
Yeah.
Scoot's kind of turning around. We just cashed in on Anthony Simons.
Let's go get our 5th center.
Yeah.
Like, if it works out, it works out. And if it doesn't, then it ultimately doesn't break their back. But I think the Kings are in a spot, especially once you trade up, where it's like, you can't really trade up and then get an 18-year-old and, say, I don't know. It's just a lot tougher. You need like instant production. And I think that's where the mindset has been, at least with, the Devin Carter pick is that's a guy we think we're going to be a playoff team. We want a guy who can contribute in the playoffs. We want a Christian Brown type guy. I think Keegan was kind of a similar thought process as well. And I think that's probably why it's been leaning older, but I think to your point, like second round might be a time to take some swings.
I also think in like Perry's current position, going back to trying to establish an identity, a culture, like you bring a young player in that's a raw prospect, ball of clay sort of thing into an already established identity. And then you're optimistic about him panning out.
Yeah.
If you're trying to establish an identity and you need somebody to help you do that, it's going to be an older prospect compared to some 19-year-old that you're like, hey, try to help like establish something here.
Well, and that's why, as much as I like the Nique Clifford pick, that's why I'm wondering how much of this was about Nique Clifford and about this is who the idea of Nique Clifford, as funny as it sounds. Well, let's just get one thing clear here. Okay. It doesn't sound like any of the three of you are especially juiced off of Nique Clifford.
I'm excited about them having a rookie.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to Vegas. That's why.
That is true. That is true.
And I'm going to try to go with you.
Oh, yeah.
I think that ideally from a skill set standpoint and from a 6'6" guard forward, that to me is enticing. I feel like I want to see what he has in summer league and see what he has in training camp and kind of, like you said, they have a rookie. They have a rookie now. They can kind of just see what they have going forward. They did not have that earlier, entering yesterday, which, no first round pick, 42nd pick. We're looking at people like Tyrese Proctor, who still could be on the board, come 42nd, but this guy has a lot more upside. This is a player, by the way, who in Clifford was listed on a lot of people's top 20 on mock drafts, 18, 19, like that range. Really, I saw a lot of in there. So again, and you see this with drafts every year, people saying, wow, they nailed the pick, like A+. Like we saw with Devin Carter last year. And Devin Carter might be a very good NBA player.
Kevin O'Connor
at some point. You never know.
Don't move him for Cam Johnson.
Probably a mistake.
Sam Vecini loved Robert Woodard.
Big Bob. So that's what I'm saying, though. Draft, like, grades, all that stuff. Like, I don't want to pay too much attention to it, but the people that watch college basketball a lot more than any of us, or at least us at this table, you at home, I watch a lot of college basketball, they think that this is a good pick. So I trust their intuition. And, the Kings, been missing on some draft picks recently, and we'll see if they hit on this one.
Yeah. Also, it's a forward too. Like we haven't seen Keegan was the last forward that they took, especially as a young prospect.
He's a good
but
NBA player.
He's a good NBA player, but like also, I think Nique is a little bit different. Like he's athletic. I've seen some highlights of him getting some pin blocks. Like nothing about Keegan Murray is like flashy, exciting, highlight reel material. Like I think that could be fun, is to kind of get this guy who is athletic, he's springy, he's not 6'2", but he's also not 6'8", but in shoes 6'7", in shoes, right? Yeah. We eventually will get there. I think it's a different player model, and I think it's his playmaking is going to be exciting. Like I don't think he's just going to be a shooter. I think he's going to be like Brendan said, like a jack of all trades. And when you get that in a summer league environment, you can get some pretty fun games. Yeah. And I think at least for the summer, I think we will be excited, and that generally turns into the season excitement as well. I think that's going to be probably a completely different conversation. Like if we want to talk about where is Nique going to get minutes with this team, I think we don't really know what the team's going to look like, but I think at the moment it's that part's a little murky.
It's also just not much risk involved. Again, 27 top 16 protected pick that the Spurs own. That's probably going to be around the same 24 spot in 2027, just totally guessing, or it's 2 seconds. Like, it's not like if Nique doesn't work out, I don't think we're going to be sitting there like, oh my God, look at who they even trade. Look at who OKC is picking, or who they're trading this pick for down the line.
Yeah. And I think the main part of this is when you see what Nique could be and you add that to what the Kings are trying to do, that's what's exciting about it. Like I said, it's the idea and the thought process that has excited me. And once you add Maxime Reynaud or some of these other guys that we're looking at for tonight, boys, it's going to be time to ride. On the other side, will Malik Monk be along for that ride? That is the question. As Sam Amick dropped this banger of an article, I told Frankie Cardicelli there wouldn't be a trade generator. I lied. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, and sometimes it's like
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads, great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage, weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke. Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I had the chance to interview former professional golfer and broadcaster Gary McCord a few years back. He hadn't yet enraged the Green Jackets with his television comments about their revered Georgia golf course. He was welcoming and above all humorous, which is why I recently picked up a copy of his book, Golf for Dummies by Gary McCord, a man possessed by golf's magical allure. This 5th edition will help new golfers learn the basics of the game and bring them, as he writes, from the darkness to the light. The book discusses types of clubs, types of courses, how to hit the ball, and how to keep score. The intent is to help you get the ball to the hole in fewer tries and with better form. You'll even find some basic exercises to get you into golf shape. It's a fun read and will help you get over some of the game's intimidation while getting you ready to visit the golf course on your own or with some friends. I always recommend a good PGA professional to guide you along the way, but Golf for Dummies is a fun way to approach a fun game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia. I got a tour of their headquarters. I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to. when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
12:30. Taking up to 2 p.m. The roundtable's taking us up to 1 p.m. And Brendan, the first thing I thought when people are confused because of the shooting guard forward stuff, I will say this: if we're gonna start to formulate the Nique Clifford narrative here, we got to stop with the Devin Carter comparison thing. We got to stop with that.
Why?
That's not gonna fly with people.
Why is that?
Because
People
it's
are
just
down on Devin?
because people are saying so we took another guard, and I don't think we took another guard. I think he plays the guard position at times and plays the forward position at times. You can't play Devin at the forward position, really.
I think there's definitely, like Scott said yesterday, he thinks Nique can also play the 3, and I don't think you really have that with Devin. It's just a difference in the height. I think that they play fairly similar, like down to the rebounding. You know, almost 10 rebounds a game for Nique, and Devin was out there getting more rebounds per game than Donovan Clingan in college. So I think there's similarities with that. They pass the ball well, even though they're a little bit more off-ball players, I would say. Questionable three-point shooting, even though it's been better for Nique. I think that you've seen more of a sample size, even if it's been a little bit streaky in there. But I think there are a lot of similarities to those guys, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Frankie?
I mean, the three-point shooting, I was kind of thinking about even like how players like who have – I was trying to think of the player who was not a great three-point shooter early in college and ended up strong, and it was Keon. Keon was someone who we were kind of wondering if his three-point shooting would kind of translate, and he was 8th in the NBA in three-point shooting. So I think his form looks good. And again, like the thing about Devin, we know that the shot is –
it's unique.
It's very unique.
That's the worst part right now for Devin.
Yeah, if he could shoot, I mean, I do think that he'd be an ideal candidate to be, a starting guard, a starting NBA guard. The defense is there. The athleticism is there too. He definitely has some secret bounce. I'll say Clifford is someone who, I'm watching his tape last night. He definitely has some sneaky athleticism, and kind of like going back to like the Keegan thing about having another forward. If he is going to play the forward spot, because people on Twitter were kind of going back and forth about, is he a guard or is he a forward? And
right.
6'6", 200 pounds. You're probably playing small forward in the NBA. I don't think that he's going to, especially with the Kings in their current state of shooting guards, they're not going to plug him into that depth chart.
Right.
So I do think that's a difference in my opinion, obviously, is the fact that I think that you get more reliable offense from a Nique Clifford. I don't know if Devin Carter is going to be able to find that going into next year or not. It will take more time. Well, it's never be an option. You see guys like Dyson Daniels who, struggled on the offensive end. You kind of just make defense part of your identity. Is that something that Devin Carter is going to have to do? I think it's too early to know. He played half a rookie season, but I want to say the crazy part, I don't know if you guys feel the same, just like off of pure potential and pure numbers of what you have now, higher ceiling than Devin Carter, Nique Clifford, or Devin Carter. I don't know. I think it's hard to say. I think right now, when you look at just what he can do on the floor, Clifford to me probably has a little bit of a higher ceiling because of the shot alone.
Yeah, I think the thing, I saw a comparison with Nique and Josh Hart, but to me, Nique offensively, and I guess maybe it looks different when you're looking at Mountain West versus NBA defenses, but to me, Nique has more of an offensive skill set than Josh Hart. That, to me.
That's what, I mean, that's what the numbers say.
Yeah.
But again, Josh Hart has shown that he could improve. I think his three-point shooting got better. He's someone who gets a lot of second chance points because he's one of the best rebounding. I think technically he's a forward, but I think he came into the league as a guard. But we knew when he was in Los Angeles and in New Orleans, he could rebound like the best of them. And in New York, he's proven he can do that even more so. So, yeah, I just think that when you look at all the things he can do, sure, the rebounding is there. Like Brendan said, he can play make in a pinch. But the offense is what seems like he had that kind of pure scorer look to him. And in creating off the dribble, self-creation is such a huge part of the NBA. Something even Keegan Murray still trying to work on himself in going into year 4. So he has that. And if we're comparing him to Devin Carter, that's one thing he doesn't have.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd say a little more like Dante DiVincenzo than Josh Hart. Maybe like a combination of the two. Like I just think Dante has a little bit more off the dribble to him, you know.
A little bigger though.
Than Dante. Yeah.
Yeah, he's bigger.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see him. That's why I'm excited to see him. There's some guys that like you see
For
like
sure.
they can be listed, whatever, but like I mean, I specifically think of like Paolo Banchero. Like I think Paolo's listed at 6'8", and I remember Summer League, the first time we saw him, I was like, this guy looks like he's 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
So I think there's definitely a difference.
Kevin Durant is. Do we know how
No,
tall
I mean
he is?
he's listed
He's
at
definitely
6'9",
7
6'10", but yeah, he's 7.
He's 7'1".
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
How
the
tall are
only
you, Alan?
well, I was gonna say the only man in the
He's got to
history
be
of
6 feet,
the
right?
history of men to lie about their height shorter is Kevin Durant. As we move to Malik Monk, guys, there was that banger of an article that Sam Amick put out, and you got Matt George now saying don't be surprised if it's Malik Monk, talking about the abundance of 2 threes, whatever you want. This thing is starting to heat up a little bit. The Raptors conversation. Where are you at with and obviously Jonathan Kaminga got brought up as well. Where are you at with Malik Monk? I guess post first round pick, and now they add another small forward shooting guard. Are you hearing anything about Malik Monk that you can share with us? And regardless of whether you're hearing anything or not, what's the direction? Where do you see this going, and why is this Malik Monk conversation starting to heat up? Brendan, let's start with you.
I think that it has to do with what we've talked about plenty of these last couple roundtables is that I think Scott Perry is going to completely rework this roster. I think that he is trying to do that in all directions. It seems like the two guys that he would prefer to stick around are Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray. Outside of that, it just seems like open season, essentially. And I think that Malik is one of those guys, when you look at the contracts, that you'd think probably has some value.
Let me ask you a question. The fact that Malik is starting to get brought up more, when we would all argue that Malik is a better package value than DeMar DeRozan, is that the Kings, the reason we're starting to see this is that the Kings saying, all right, the DeMar DeRozan stuff doesn't look, because we always said one of the three had to go, right, in order for this to work between LaVine, DeRozan, and Malik. Is that the Kings saying, all right, DeMar doesn't really want to leave, number one, they nothing like us, and number two, the market might not be as strong as Allen Stiles thinks, so maybe there is a world where we have to live with DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, and we make up for the defense and things like that by moving Malik Monk.
Yeah, I think there is a growing thought that like DeMar could end up on the roster going into next season, but it's not going to be for a lack of trying. And I think that what you're saying definitely makes sense to me, that, you know, maybe they didn't see what was out there or didn't like what was out there for DeMar, and you don't have to rush that necessarily. Next year, he's under contract. The year after is only a partial guarantee. So it could be one of those things where like DeMar probably helps a team a lot at the trade deadline, for example. And again, I think this is going to be like a year-long process where I kind of think we're signing up for this whole next year to be Scott Perry reworking everything. And it kind of feels like it's the year after where we're really going to see that identity sort of full-fledged and in action. But I think that it's essentially Scott being like, hey, anybody's on the table. We'd like to keep Keegan and Keon. But Malik is somebody that you would think would have some value around the league. So you consider that, you know, you're having conversations with Miami and they're not interested in DeMar. They could easily be like, hey, what about Malik Monk over there?
Ooh.
You know, and that could be how these are going down for all we know.
Malik in Miami. It should have been the Taj Mahal, Chris, in Orlando.
Orlando, right?
What are your thoughts, Chris, on kind of this? And really, it started last week with the Clutch Points article, but this new wave of Malik Monk rumors.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it out, and just kind of the best solution I can get is almost like a process of elimination where, you know, we know it's going to be incredibly difficult to move on from Zach LaVine. I think Sabonis, you could say it's going to be pretty difficult, and I think that there's maybe some hesitancy to pull the trigger on that from the Kings side of things as well. And that leaves, you know, a DeRozan versus Malik Monk conversation. And like you laid out. I wonder if they think Malik can get them more value. I wonder if they think maybe if we are going to be a team next year with those guys, maybe, DeRozan's the one that makes sense. LaVine's obviously a 2 or 3. DeRozan, you can say the same. Like Malik, a little bit lost in the positional shuffle too. Like he could just, again, be the odd man out. I think there's a couple reasons to point to, but yeah, the one that seems to make the most sense is the value conversation. And I wonder if it is, as I've more so have been thinking about the comparisons between DeMar and Zach. Like DeMar does make a lot of impact towards winning. Like you do, or just impact in general, right? Like when DeMar is out there, for better or worse, you feel him. And I think it's, again, something we talked about a lot more so in comparison to Zach LaVine. But maybe, again, if they are thinking we want to build some sort of core, some sort of foundation, some sort of good environment to have young players nurtured and all that stuff, like maybe it's just a calculation of we would rather have vets like DeMar and, have them kind of establish the culture that we want moving forward, as opposed to Malik, who is a younger guy who might have some aspirations, who might feel like, his plans got shuffled a little bit more than what he initially literally signed up for last offseason. Yeah. So I think there's I don't think that there's an obvious reason, but everything points to me towards, like, I think it's just we have to, I'll say, reluctantly do it.
Yeah, Frankie, I wanted to kind of give you a little notes here before you got going. I think while Chris was talking, I thought about the fact that the reality is Malik is, and everybody knows I love this term, he's a bit of a tweener, right, in a couple different ways. He's a combo guard. His age is kind of a tweener age where he's 27 now. He's not part of the young guns. He's not part of, the elder statesman quite yet. And a lot of teams can say, this is what we want him to be. Malik said he was 4 different positions, right, this past season. And the other thing I would say is we keep saying, everyone, get rid of DeMar DeRozan, get rid of DeMar DeRozan. There are teams out there. Now, DeMar's value is tough, but if you get rid of DeMar DeRozan, you could make the argument, and you keep Malik Monk, you need a closer, right? You still need a number 1. If you keep DeMar DeRozan, you still have that number 1. You still have that closer, and maybe you could find Malik's production somewhere else.
Yeah, it's tough because both were, the Kings were not granted a super successful team last year, but both those players were very valuable from the standpoint that they provide you with something that the Kings have struggled to find for a long time, as far as, the Kings and De'Aaron Fox, who was their leading scorer for years, right? When he got moved, that was DeMar. DeMar was their 1A, which is crazy to say, but he was their leading scorer. So you move him, how do you fill that void? Now, Malik, same thing. The Kings have been super successful, in my opinion, because of a lot of reasons, but over the past few years, super successful as far as not at the bottom of the Western Conference. But Malik Monk was a huge, part of that equation that worked, being a 6th man. They took him out of that comfort zone. And we kind of saw what they look like when he's not in that role. And I think Doug kind of made that move at the end of the year to put him back in that familiar setting. And while that worked out, and that might be great to have on this team, if Scott Perry and this front office are trying to, as we think they're trying to do, which is improve and not tear it down, there really are 2 players you can move realistically that aren't on massive contracts. It's DeMar and it's Malik.
Yeah.
And like you said, age might be a factor. Maybe teams are willing to part with nothing of value for DeMar, who's turning 30, I think 36 this year. And Malik's on a contract that is pretty team friendly for the next couple of years, especially with the CBA going up every year and the salary cap rising. So I feel like one of the 2 are going to be gone, and both would be interesting. I can't imagine the Kings parting with 2, dynamic, self-creating scorers. But to me, it does seem like Malik has kind of leapfrogged DeMar as far as the more likely to be moved. Yeah. And I feel like DeMar maybe just kind of the fact that Scott Perry's been on the league for a long time and has good relationships with agents and probably with DeMar as well. And Malik is someone who's younger and maybe could benefit more from a fresh start. And well, that might not be popular for Kings fans, obviously, but Malik is someone that probably has more value from a standpoint of you have him for next year and then a player option for the final year for $21 million. That might hold some value, but obviously we haven't seen anything happen yet.
I think the other thing you have to consider a little bit is, put yourself in Scott Perry's shoes. You're coming into this position, inheriting a roster, and you're like, all right, we want to establish an identity. We want it based off these 6 core principles. First thing you probably do is look at your current roster and think, who does not fit that?
Yeah.
And we got to move off of them. And I think it's just worth considering that that's probably a process that he's going through right now.
When we return, we talk to the guys about Jonathan Kaminga and his fit based on the Sam Amick article, and we close the loop on Malik Monk, necessity or luxury. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67, plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We used advanced camera inspections and diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
I got some bad news, guys. I got some bad news. We'll talk about it more in the 1 o'clock hour, but all of my picks for the second round, all of them are going in the 30s. Like, not even close, dude. They're all projected to go early 30s. This is ridiculous.
Probably could have figured that out.
Hmm?
I said you probably could have figured that out before you started hyping up.
This is ridiculous, man. By the way, NBC Sports Bay Area, they did a mock draft, and they have the Kings taking Ryan Nembhard.
Oh.
Little bro of Andrew Nembhard, and he is little bro because he's barely 6 feet.
Great.
So, Ryan Nembhard, you in?
Undrafted. Sure.
Ryan Nembhard or Chris Murray?
I'm not doing it at 42.
Both.
Ooh.
Yeah.
From the Blazers?
Yeah.
Chris Murray?
I'm saying it's not that hard to get Chris Murray right now.
You know what? That is true. That is true. It is hard to get Jonathan Kaminga, and that's what the Kings may be trying to do, guys. So
Senor Segue strikes again.
Thank you. We did have some of this conversation during the break, but I wanted to bring it to the air. The reality is, we talked a little bit about this earlier. Malik Monk is probably the only player that the Warriors would be interested in, and I think the holdup would be it's either not enough for the Warriors for Jonathan Kaminga, or it's too much to give up for Jonathan Kaminga. So what we kind of broke down, and I want to start with you, Chris. You know what? Let's take a step back and just get to the fit of Jonathan Kaminga, because if I'm Domantas Sabonis, and right now Sam reported that things are good, early conversations. If they use a Malik Monk, who is not a point guard, but somewhat he could do some point guard things. If they move Malik Monk for a 22-year-old Jonathan Kaminga, that to me could be a situation where Domantas Sabonis says, what exactly is the plan here? So how do you feel about that fit before we even start to talk about who could get moved?
Yeah, I think the only reason why I could see him doing that is just the age part of it. I think maybe I don't know how Sabonis feels about his usage percentage, but I think maybe part of him would say like, hey, that actually makes a lot more sense for me. But yeah, as a raw fit, it's just so tough with DeRozan and Levine and Sabonis, right? It's like Jonathan Kaminga is somebody who needs to go to Brooklyn. He needs to go to Utah. He needs to go to a situation where he can spread his wings and fly and just figure it out. Like if it's good, if he's going to be good, if he's going to be bad, if he's going to be Josh Smith, we just need to figure out what it's going to be. And I don't think the Kings are the best situation for it. I think from a pure, a pure talent swing definitely makes all the sense in the world. It's the exact kind of mentality the Kings should have. Those are the kind of guys the Kings should be going for. But ultimately, I just don't think they have the real estate right now to give him space to thrive.
Yeah,
Brendan?
I think it's really dependent on, because we're talking about a sign and trade scenario as the Marlins manager just gets tossed from this Giants game in the first inning.
Right.
Wow. 2 outs only.
Yeah, pretty wild.
A's lost again, by the way, 8-9.
Yeah, they just showed their record about 500. It's really bad. I think we're talking sign and trade, obviously, and I think a lot of that would be dependent on how much is Kaminga making. And I think that's really tough to gauge with how last season went, especially not getting really run in the postseason. But I agree with Chris. I think he makes a lot of sense on a younger team where he can kind of spread his wings. He and Ace Bailey might be the only 2 people in the world that are like, hey, get me to Washington.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Ace didn't even want to go to Charlotte,
which is crazy. Well, I don't know about wanting to go to Charlotte, but if you want to go to Washington,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I don't know. I would like the direction of it, of getting younger, trying to go a little bit more upside. I think that Kaminga could probably be more valuable to the Kings long-term than what Malik could. I think it's a little bit of a toss-up. So I don't know. I could talk myself into it, but honestly, I'm just not very high on Kaminga as a player.
You guys, man.
I don't know what's there. And I think the hardest step in the process for him is he's got to accept that he's not a star
yet.
And are we going to get that?
What do you mean know what is there? He is not a shooter. He's not a floor spacer. He's going to demand a high volume of shots. They're going to come in the mid-range. They're going to come attacking the basket. How does that
demanding a high level of shots?
You don't think if he comes to Sacramento and we're just do a sign and trade for $30+ million salary, he wouldn't try to be
No. He's not getting. Kaminga's getting like 23, and he's going to like it a year.
I don't think
nobody is giving him 25+.
Miami, from what Sam was saying, Miami seems to like him.
I think Brooklyn should go after him. Brooklyn's like the only team with cap space this offseason.
Someone will. I think
and then
someone's
the
going to
Warriors
be
probably
aggressive.
get Cam Johnson.
Right.
Sure. They're gonna. Well, they'll get something back. Maybe they'll get Wiggins back from Miami.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll get Terrence Mann.
So,
Nick Claxton.
but okay. Malik Monk, obviously Malik Monk for Kaminga, you would do it, right, Frankie?
Again, like I just don't know if he's an ideal fit for this roster.
No. I don't disagree, but it's more about. That's why I said if you get, and I've been consistent with this the whole time. If you get Kaminga, then Domantas Sabonis, we're going to find somewhere for you to go. I don't think he fits on this roster, but it's more about would you do it and say, sorry, Sabonis, we can't say no to the talent. If you want to have a conversation, have a conversation.
Yeah, I don't think in any universe of Golden State saying, yeah, we'll send you Kaminga for Malik Monk.
But that's what I'm asking. If you were to add Devin Carter to that, would you now say it's too much for the Kings to give up? Or would you do it?
No, I just think that if any deal involving the King, if the Kings were to hypothetically trade for Jonathan Kaminga, I feel like point blank they're saying we want Keegan Murray back to start. They want Keegan Murray back.
No. Sign and trade?
No, I feel like that's what they would ask for though. If they're saying, yeah, you can sign him, we won't match it if you give us Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I don't know if the Warriors are in a position where they're matching anything anyways though.
Because
what was the DeMar sign and trade cost? What? It was
Harrison Barnes,
not much.
Duarte,
it was Harrison.
Yeah.
That's right.
HB for salary.
Like I don't know. I think Golden State would. It depends how they feel about Malik, but
Yeah.
to me that's good value for the Warriors.
Yeah,
Malik and
compared
Devin.
to I think that's too
just
much.
Malik.
I think
Okay.
that's too much. Even if we were talking just Malik.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I kind of think like, Kaminga's like a higher ceiling, lower floor version of like the RJ Barrett trade. And to me, I don't know how I feel about like that value, but I makes sense to me.
I think in a perfect world, you're looking at a combination of a baby Giannis and a Jaden McDaniels type deal.
Maybe like a Ben Mathurin.
I just think that there's potential that it could go bad with Kaminga. That's where I get the lower floor from.
yeah.
Like, I think then, I think there's potential that you trade for Kaminga. He just kind of always he's going to be talented for sure, but if his shot doesn't develop, he's going to be an under 50% shooter from the field who probably shoots 32% or under from three. And yeah, he's going to get on a not a high volume as a blanket, but it's going to be high volume based off of how he's getting his shots. It's just not going to be an efficient game. And I think that's the problem is right now he's climbing an uphill battle because his game is very at the rim, very athletic. And that's just not very, unless he's going to be ridiculously Shea level efficient at the rim or get to the free throw line. It just doesn't make sense for his shot profile to give him that kind of volume.
Yeah, I don't think he's helping you win games right now. I think if you're making that move, not like he won't help you win any games. You'll have occasional ones still, but I think if you're making that move, it's more about the potential. It's like an investment. It's more about the potential long-term just return that you could get off of that. And, I don't know how much we should care about the fit if you're going in that direction, because then, like you said, I think that probably signals that you're going in an entirely different direction and everybody else could look really different on the roster. But it's weird to me because Kaminga doesn't fit the identity that like Perry's talking about.
Well, no, he doesn't. And we're up against it here. But the other part of this is he doesn't really fit the current model of what stars look like in the NBA. Again, to kind of close it the way we started it.
He's not
you guys didn't see my clip of BJ Armstrong hyping up Jonathan Kaminga then, did you?
I saw
this morning.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but he is a little tweener,
very high on
a tweener in a different way where you're an athletic guy, but you're 6'6", 6'7", you can't shoot yet. But I mean, I would blow it up and I would go get him, Nique,
Jordan
Keon.
Poole.
Yeah. Well, you need someone to handle the rock, so that's a good call.
Jordan Poole.
And you rock him over there.
And
Real
Dennis
quick,
Schroeder.
guys.
West.
No, now you don't need him. You go get Trey Jones instead. Any second rounders you got your eyes on, like me?
A lot of people think Brea is someone the Kings have liked. They brought him in for a workout.
Whitey was on that, yeah.
Tyrese Proctor, they worked him out. A lot of Kings fans are talking about him right now. Again,
6'5",
this late in the draft, though, anything can go. Again, Monty McNair at this point would have moved this away for 2 seconds. Excuse me. So, I don't know. You guys like?
I have names I honestly am comfortable enough kind of throwing out right now. But I will say also just keep tabs on undrafted guys in the second round. There's not guaranteed deals. And so a lot of guys will say, hey, don't even pick me. Just let me go undrafted. I'm going to pick where I want to go. That wasn't the case with Keon, but obviously Keon's in Austin Reeves for sure. Colin Castleton did the same thing with the Lakers the year after. Random that I just thought of that name. But
deep cut.
Yeah, I mean, just keep an eye on undrafted guys. Those guys can make just as much of an impact.
I'd say Janai Broom. Not for the Kings, but just in general. I just want to see where he goes.
Okay.
I don't have high hopes for him. But
There
he's
you
the best
go.
player in college.
Grant Nelson, go get him. That is Brendan Nunez, Chris Watkins, Frankie Cardicelli. Thank you guys. Go follow them on social media. Go follow Sacktown Sports on social media, sacktownsports.com as well. When we return, Malik Monk, necessity or luxury? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Thanks to the round table, Frankie Cardicelli, Chris Watkins, and Brendan Nunez. One more hour with ya. Great stuff from the guys. Be sure to follow them on social media. They always have something cooking. Well, just like we thought, as usual. There was some news, actually. Not huge news, but the Brooklyn Nets are trading the number 36 pick in tonight's NBA draft to the Phoenix Suns for 2 future second-round picks. Sources tell ESPN. Suns now own the number 36, number 52, and number 59 after kind of getting roasted yesterday or last night for some of the moves they made. Also, the Los Angeles Lakers are moving up in the second round of the NBA draft, acquiring the 45th pick from the Chicago Bulls for number 55 in cash. Look, obviously, we have a closer eye on this because the Kings didn't have a pick. We spent so much time on the Devin Carter pick last season, but it does feel like the idea that, oh, this draft is not good after the 10th pick. It does feel like there's a ton of movement and people are liking what they're seeing. Yeah, the names that I do like that I talked about in the second round, and I have them right here. Maxime Reynaud out of Stanford. He's French. And you have Bogoljub Markovic from Serbia, which I really like him. He's 19. And Noah Penda from France as well. And Noah is 6'8", and the two that I said before are both 7 feet. The problem is I'm here on NBA Sports Bay Area, and they have a mock draft, and the all three guys that I mentioned are gone before the 40s even hit. You have they have Maxime going the first pick of the second round, Noah Penda going 33, and Markovic going 35 to the Sixers. So, by the way, all the guys that are being brought up, Janai Broom, who Chris mentioned, 36 to the Brooklyn Nets, and I think that trade may have just happened or something happened there. Kobe Brea, who Whitey liked a lot, 37 to the Pistons. Tyrese Proctor out of Duke to the Pacers at number 38, and the just for fun, Sion James, a wing. That's who they have the Warriors taking. And Ryan Nembhard, point guard out of Gonzaga. That's who they have the Kings taking. This is the write-up. Unlike his older brother, Nembhard is small. People wouldn't believe he's 6 foot on a dating profile, but they do know he brings smarts, tenacity, and the mindset to shift a culture in the right direction. That is a shady write-up there, NBA Sports or NBC Sports Bay Area, and that's who they have the Kings taking. So we'll keep a close eye on all of that.
So it seems like the plan should be you just get 12 targets that you're looking at because one of them is guaranteed to make it to 42, right? So if you just have 12 people.
Are you talking about me or the Kings?
I'm talking about, everyone.
Yeah.
People who are saying they're on my big board or they're doing a mock draft. I'm just saying, just pick 12 people. One of them has to be available by 42.
Look, and let me double check here. I don't think his name, like I said, he had been slipping. But look, you go get, I know he's a little small, but he's a point guard anyway. You go get Ryan Nembhard, and then you go get Grant Nelson, you undrafted, and you rock and roll from there. And then you have addressed your wing, a new big man, stretch wing, big man, 7-footer, whatever the heck you want to call him, and your point guard. And you go from there. And then you bring in Schroeder, Westbrook, whoever, Tyus Jones, and let's go.
And go get another undrafted 7'1" guy from a European country.
Get two just in case. Because one of them is going to hit. We just don't know which one. So that's kind of the breakdown. We're going to keep breaking down
the other round. Strategy is, since you have the 42 pick, you can try and move up from 42 to 40. You pay cash a little bit. And the reason you do that is because the Warriors have pick 41. So if you want to go get Kaminga, what you do is you figure out who the Warriors want, trade up one pick ahead of them, steal their player, and then trade him for Kaminga.
Yeah. If they care that much. It is second rounder. And I mean, Quinn Post, he got good amount of playing time. It was out of necessity. And speaking of necessity, that's exactly where we wanted to go with necessity versus luxury. I went back and forth with Jake Gaden on this, and I made the comparison Mason Miller to Malik Monk, and the argument was basically why the Kings might not have a choice when it comes to Malik Monk. That's because, and I'm on numerous records that Malik Monk favorite player on the Kings. Okay, if he If he was no longer on the Kings, it would be tough. My wife wanted a jersey. It's Malik Monk, right? I haven't got it yet, but when I do get it, it will be Malik Monk. We're trying to wait it out here. There's a lot going on, and De'Aaron Fox jerseys are about $3 now if you can find them. So it would be tough, but the way Brendan Nunes laid it out made a lot of sense to me, and he kind of said it in a different way, that you have to evaluate right now who fits what you're trying to do and go from there. And it's a combination of a couple different things, okay? So it's not that Malik Monk fits any less than DeMar DeRozan. Maybe they're on the same level. Or you could argue that Malik Monk fits a little bit better because I know he had a down three-ball year, but Malik can shoot the three-ball, and he's more of a playmaker than DeRozan. But if you're looking at both of them and then you see the value, the reality is, and we talked about this with other players, right? The Isaiah Thomases of the world, the Jeremy Lins of the world, for a while the Carmelo Anthonys of the world, where they couldn't get on a roster, not because, and Isaiah Thomas never really, he was on the Suns for a hot second, but they couldn't get on a roster, not because they're not good enough, but because they don't really fit into anybody's plans. Hey, I don't really need you on the roster because I'd rather just take this 18-year-old. And when we're getting blown out, I'd rather have the 18-year-old get NBA minutes than you, Isaiah Thomas. It's not that you're not good enough. It's not that you're not better. You are better than the 18-year-old. But it gets to a point where that doesn't matter. And DeMar DeRozan, unless there's a team that's, willing to have a conversation with DeMar and say, hey, we'll pay you 24, and it's really only 24 this next season. It could turn into more money depending on where he goes, but hey, we'll pay you 24 to come off the bench if you're good with it, and you just got to pick your spots. So we need you to do less than you did on the Kings. Your value is just incredibly confusing. So if you're the Kings, you look at it and say, well, we know DeMar is worth more. You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if we have them out here in Sacramento, but Play It Again Sports, okay? So Play It Again Sports is exactly what it sounds like. Play It Again Sports, they have them all over, I guess, the East Bay. There was one in Pleasant Hill, and basically you would take your old sports equipment and they would buy it off of you, okay? So if you had a glove that you didn't need anymore, or you grew out, I never did, but if you grew out of your cleats or whatever it is, you take them in, and let's say you barely wore them, and one summer you grew 5 inches and now you can't wear them anymore, right? I remember I had a glove that was an A2000, really nice lefty outfielder's glove. And I knew what my parents paid for the outfielder's glove, but when it was time to take it to Play It Again Sports, or people do it with video games all the time, right? I don't know how that value changes, but the glove wasn't really used that much because I wanted a different webbing, okay? And it was my senior year, so I said, I want to get a different glove. So I take it to Play It Again Sports, and even though I had barely used the glove, they said, well, we need to make money off of it. So yes, we have to sell it or buy it off of you at a lower rate so we can sell it at what it's actually valued at so we can make money. So you make the decision at that point, you can go to eBay, or you can just hold on to the glove because maybe I'm an idiot and I forget my glove one day, or I'll give it to, one of my kids, whatever the case is. It makes more sense to me to just hold on to the glove. And out of principle, I did sell it because I was a poor college kid, but out of principle, I would have loved to just hold on to the glove because value-wise, it made more sense.
Yeah, there's a clothing store down in Midtown Sacramento that basically does that. I'm not going to say what their name is because no free advertising, but there's one that's like, we will buy it from, you bring your clothes, we decide what is good and what is not, and we will buy it from you at $9 and resell it for $20.
Exactly.
But instead of just dumping it off to Goodwill, you're getting $9 for your shirt.
Exactly. You're getting a little bit of cash back. So with the Kings, they could be looking and saying, it's worth more to us to just hold on to DeMar DeRozan than it is to try to move him as other people are viewing him as a 36-year-old guy that's going to be high volume, and it's not a lot of money, but it's also not a little bit of money. And is he going to be taking shots? We're either going to overpay him to come off the bench and or do less, or we're going to pay him properly and he's going to take shots away from other guys that we want taking shots. So we're just going to hold on to DeMar DeRozan. Now, when it comes to Malik Monk is just worth more to other teams. And if you think that, honestly, their production is pretty similar, but we're going to get more for Malik Monk because of his age and his contract, that is why the conversation has been heating up. And when it comes to a necessity versus a luxury, the reality is, and like I said, I love Malik Monk, but the reality is when Malik Monk turned into a necessity, it did not look the same as when Malik Monk was more of a luxury. Now, on that Beam team as the sixth man, he was a necessity. Don't get me wrong. But you had the Kevin Huerter conversation and other guys, the Keegan Murray, they also weren't doing what they were supposed to do. Right? In a perfect world, your sixth man, they're a necessity, but they're closer to a luxury. And when we saw Malik Monk, and I know he had to do a bunch of different things this past season, but when we saw Malik Monk in that capacity and De'Aaron Fox was gone, he didn't have that buffer, right? I wouldn't say training wheels or floaties, but he didn't have that buffer the same way. And we saw Malik Monk as a straight up necessity. Yo, we need you to be point guard. It didn't look the same. Now, on top of all of that, Malik Monk at the end of the season said, yeah, I feel like I'm more comfortable at the two. I believe he meant starting at the two. And I talked to some people around the organization about this really just last week. I believe it was starting at the two, not a sixth man, but he admitted, I don't know that I'm best suited to start as a point guard. So now you're looking at what was he at? Right under 20 points per game, score on high volume, didn't shoot the three ball well, doesn't really defend, and he can play point guard in spots, but we still now need to go out. If Malik excelled more at the point guard position, then it's harder to move off of him because he's doing more than one thing. But if the Kings need to bring in a point guard anyway, you can make the argument, you know what, Malik, we'll find we feel like we could find your production somewhere else, and some of that might be in what we're able to get back when we trade for you on top of some of the other moves that we've made. So I take no joy in saying this. It's just, number one, how other teams are currently viewing DeMar DeRozan, and number two, when it comes to Malik Monk, what he's valued at and what he's currently bringing to this iteration of the team. It's almost as if his value was different on the team when De'Aaron Fox was on the team. But if you are still who you are and De'Aaron isn't on the team and now we got to bring in somebody else, we might need to see what else is out there.
Well, and that's part of the, I guess, back and forth you can have in figuring out roster construction, right? Because how many times have we talked about, well, DeMar DeRozan could be a sixth man. Well, at $24 million, what team wants a $24 million sixth man? Mm-hmm. That's kind of the deal with Malik Monk at times where it's like, hey, he's making $20 million. He's going to be a sixth man, but he's only a sixth man, not because he's not excellent, but because Keon Ellis brings a different versatility to what they're trying to do defensively, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, the roster doesn't even look the same as it did when we were having the Keon versus Malik conversation. Right. So I guess this is one of the ramifications of trading for Zach LaVine, right? And we didn't get to it at some point today, but if you update the De'Aaron Fox trade originally now, it looks like they got Zach LaVine, Jonas Valanciunas, Jake LaRavia, Nique Clifford, the Minnesota first, and a couple seconds now for De'Aaron Fox. Adding Zach LaVine, someone who plays the same position as Malik Monk at $47 million, makes it difficult to also then have Malik Monk backing up the guy who's making $47 million. It just changes your roster construction.
And the problem is, and you can say it wasn't, and we took calls yesterday. The problem is, the answer to that was Well, we believe in Malik Monk as a point guard, right? We believe in Malik Monk as a point guard. So Malik is going to start. Zach LaVine is going to be the 2. Okay, Malik has done well as a point guard in spots. Zach LaVine's going to be the 2. And we go from there. That didn't work. It didn't work. There was injury. Then we just never we never really got an answer. Yeah, Malik is injured. So obviously, and then we brought him back, so he's going to come off the bench. Then he just stayed on the bench.
Yeah.
And we just never really, he's just a 6 man again. And then the season ended.
Yeah. And even when it was health, and I know Sabonis was out, so maybe you could argue that changed it, wasn't that good of a point guard. Yeah. And we talked about it before with, you want to put your players in the best positions to succeed. Like, you want to play to their strength and their skill sets. By putting Malik Monk at point guard, it was becoming a net negative because then he wasn't getting into the things that Malik Monk does well, which is rhythm shooting from the wing.
Oh, yeah.
And DHOs. Like, by playing him at point guard, which he was... I don't understand the point guard experiment, how he had less assists when he was playing point guard, but his shot numbers were down and he had a higher percentage of possessing the ball. It was a very confusing experience. But at the same time, we knew it was still... even with mixed results, taking away from what he did well. And so the reason Malik Monk, if he ultimately gets traded, will get traded is because they traded De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine, who plays the same position and has a relatively similar skill set at a better ability than Malik Monk.
They thought that it could be point guard by committee, right? There were conversations that were out loud during the season. Yeah, we've talked to Zach about handling the rock more. And then we'd see ridiculous games where it looked like Zach LaVine was trying to be a point guard, right? He wasn't focusing on scoring and things like that. So they tried to piecemeal it together and it didn't work. Listen to some of the other names here, right? In Malik's area when it comes to the 18, 19 mil, the AAV a year. You got Jakob Poeltl making 19.5. Malik, and this is on Spot Track. Malik at 19.4, Patrick Williams with that awful contract. Duncan Robinson at 18, Norman Powell at 18, who had a great season. Lonzo's at 20, Josh Hart's at 20.2, Alex Caruso's at 20.2, Lou Dort's at 16.5. You have Dylan Brooks at 21.5, Aaron Gordon at 21.6. Everybody in that range is kind of, we're getting good value. We're getting good value for you, and it's, I don't want to say specific to that team, but it's specific. You all have roles, right? So Malik Monk on a team, Malik Monk on the Kings in that initial role is not an overpay. A super 6 man at 18, 19 a year is not an overpay. Where we're at right now is we need Malik to be more, and or going back to luxury necessity, what Malik does. And if I'm Scott Perry, what Malik does, I'm looking around based on value and who we can wheel and deal, and BJ Armstrong as well. What Malik does, that's not a necessity to this current team.
Well, all those names you just listed off, whether it's Lonzo Ball, Dylan Brooks, Aaron Gordon, Norman Powell, the underlining point I look at with all those guys is either you're a number 3 who is, we all agree is underpaid, or you're a number 4 or a number 5, which we all agree is adequately paid.
Yes.
So this price range that we're talking about is you're either the 4th or 5th best player on your team, which would you say Malik Monk is either the 4th or 5th best player on this current Sacramento Kings team?
I think so. I just think it doesn't matter because of the issues on the team.
Yes, because your number 2 plays the same position, yes, and your number 3 is not the same skill set, but has the same shortcut. I'm talking about DeMar DeRozan, has the same shortcomings of excellent offensive player who does not play, who is a traffic cone on defense, who they have to hide in the corner, and also is a ball dominant player, right? So I'm just saying you can see some of the comparison points there. It's just, again, I'm just going to make the same point that if Malik Monk ultimately is the one who gets traded, it is a ramification of trading a playmaking point guard for a Zach LaVine, the contract, whatever, but a Zach LaVine that plays a similar style to Malik Monk in the same position.
And they thought, And look, there's somebody out there that could argue, well, they could see more, right? And the whole thing about DeMar DeRozan is just your value. Like I mentioned, if you move DeMar DeRozan, you still need some version of a closer. I'm not certain. It depends on what you get back, but okay, cool. You got PJ Washington and Tyus Jones, or PJ Washington and Russell Westbrook. There's no closer on that team now, right? I guess it could be Zach LaVine, but I haven't seen enough. But if you want to say either find a way to move DeMar DeRozan, or there's a world where Malik can still stay on this squad, just bring in another point guard, I think that's fine. But initially, the thought process was between Malik Monk and Zach LaVine, we will be able to figure out the point guard duties, and they weren't. And yes, Sabonis missed some games, but do you really have a point? If a bear bleeps in the woods, or what is it? Does anybody know if a bear bleeps in the woods and nobody hears it, did it really happen?
What?
If you have a point guard,
I think we're combining metaphors here.
I think you're probably right.
It's usually if a tree falls in the forest, not if a bear is pooping.
Oh yeah, I think you're completely, there was a bear bleeping in the woods though.
What?
Yeah. If
well, that's a problem because you don't specify what bleeping is.
And you're just gonna have to use that on your own.
Well, it's completely ambiguous what the bear's doing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. If you have a point guard that's only a good point guard when somebody plays, do you really have a point guard?
So who's the bleeping bear in this scenario? Is it Malik Monk? I've lost it.
I am not touching that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if Dennis Schroeder is joining the team, or Schroeder, sorry, he's not even playing the clutch time minutes either. So you would still have the same issue of Zach LaVine. Is he closing? Is DeRozan closing? And they would have to figure that out.
When we return, some notes from the NBA draft, and what does a world with Trey Young look like on the Kings? Well, turns out we probably won't have to see it. Allen Stiles, Second Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SackSuperstore.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the Sacramento skyline, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
You know what? Jeff is chiming in along with a couple people, Dwayne Baker. I've been to the Play It Again Sports. I went to that. There's one in Citrus Heights. I was literally there. I went to, I think I was missing, I was looking for a 9-iron. And they did not have a lefty 9-iron. They did not.
Oh,
there was a women's lefty 9-iron, and I almost bought it. And my wife said, dude, stop being cheap. Just go buy a 9-iron.
I was going to say, I'm a lefty too. I have a lefty 9-iron, but then I realized, there might be,
No, I think one size fits all. I think we would have been just solid there.
I don't know. It might have been a little too long of a shaft, if you feel my drift.
No, okay. Can you just bleep yourself, please? Yeah.
Like the bear?
Just like the bear. Why do you help me out with whatever I was trying to say there? The big board that we have been discussing, I like Maxime Reynaud out of Stanford, really out of France. You have Bogoljub Markovic out of Serbia, and Noah Penda out of France. All these guys are supposed to go in the 30s, but, I might do it one more deep dive for late 30s, early 40s guys, but at that point, there's just so much going on. At that point, just give me Grant Nelson. Well, that's all I'm talking about.
Again, and Brennan makes the really good point, which is like at this point, once you get to the late 40s and 50s, a lot of agents will say, hey, please don't draft my player unless they want to go to that team, because otherwise they'll just sign an undrafted deal and go to Summer League with the team that they actually want to go to, which I think it was Alonzo Trier was he was on the Knicks for a minute, but he was the famous case of like, he was supposed to get picked at like 42 and was like told 20 teams, please don't draft me. I would like to sign with the Knicks.
Yeah. And hey, he got what he wanted, and whether it didn't work out for him, but sometimes it does. Yeah. I'm definitely going to watch, and I'm definitely interested to see what happens. We don't know if any of these guys will still be in the league in 4 or 5 years. And then obviously we have all the great stories outside of just Nikola Jokic, there's a ton of good stories, and situations where guys get drafted in the second round or undrafted and figure it out. Obviously, undrafted, we have Keon Ellis. And, Isaac Jones got time for the Kings, you know?
Undrafted player. I don't remember who it was that was in the draft yesterday, but I saw they had like an Isaac Jones story, like never played basketball until 2021 and then got drafted 3.5 years later. Those are the type of players that I feel like you have the best upside on, which is like physically gifted but raw basketball talent. That's where I feel like your G League program can actually thrive with a player like an Isaac Jones.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the idea of shortening the season. And you had, who was it? Draymond recently talked about shortening the season. It's kind of similar to the NBA, Major League Baseball when they shortened the draft. They shortened the draft a couple times here, but the Mike Piazza story, right? The Mike Piazza story never happens. I have buddies that played, in the big leagues, and their stories wouldn't have happened if they were draft eligible now because there's only 20 rounds. Obviously, it's not the norm, but you still get those stories. And Mike Piazza is really, really not the norm. But some of the numbers say after the first 5 rounds, it really drops off. But you still have those exceptions to the rule as far as the NBA is concerned, shortening that season. If you shorten that season, maybe an Isaac Jones never gets on the court, right? Because, and not to get into whether or not there'd be less injuries or whatever, but, the rest, there's not as much rest. Maybe there aren't as many injuries, and maybe an Isaac Jones never gets an opportunity. Maybe for the Kings he does, but guys like Isaac Jones, maybe we see less stories of that. And going back to the, hey, don't draft me, some of that stuff that goes on, even the second rounders, not getting that initial opportunity and that opportunity and the opportunity to take advantage of said opportunity. That's something I don't think anybody is saying, we're not gonna shorten the season because we want Isaac Jones stories, but it is something that popped in my head as we are looking at the second day of the draft.
Yeah, and I think regardless of whether you get picked in the second round or go undrafted, this is the time where your G League program and your Summer League programs really end up making the difference, right? Because even first-round picks nowadays spend a lot of time in the G League. We know Devin Carter went down there last year a little bit, but obviously he was coming back from injury. Grady Dick with the Raptors spent like half a season in the G League his rookie year, and he was the 13th pick in the draft. I saw Cronin for the Blazers was talking about how Yang, who was picked at 16, is going to spend a lot of time in the G League this year. So, like, if they're doing that with first-round picks, which have the guaranteed contracts, the second-rounders and the undrafted guys, which are not guaranteed, essentially make these are the picks and these are the signings that essentially make your G League program its money, right? Is if one or two of these guys blossoms into something, then your G League program is doing its job and providing the franchise value.
Yeah, as far as guys that we know are established in the league, just running it back for anybody that might have been running some errands throughout the day and just getting back into the car. Sam Amick dropped a banger of an article late night, about 10 o'clock last night. He was also on the morning show, and we're gonna have some of that audio for you tomorrow as we recap everything from the draft and the week of the draft. But the TLDR of it, too long don't read. Well, do read, but that's just a saying. Drew Holiday is old and too expensive. Okay, league sources say the Kings have explored the prospect of Drew Holiday, and obviously this is before the trade, but were ultimately concerned with both his age and his cost. As far as Trey Young, another name that had been thrown around, here's the quote. Similarly, there was a push among some power brokers for Sacramento to go after Atlanta's Trey Young, but league sources say the Kings didn't have interest because of his style of play, in parentheses, offense first, and cost. He's extension eligible this summer, but is slated to earn $45.9 million next season and has a player option worth $48.9 million in 2026-2027. So I think, number one, they're saying we know what we want and we know what we're looking for. Drew Holiday is more so what the Kings are looking for, but they don't want to pay that cost. And nobody really wanted to pay that cost outside of the Blazers, right? And they had the specific situation with Anthony Simons, who's a bit of a stopgap for Jason Tatum to return. We think we got to see what else the Celtics do. I think they're still shopping some people as well. But look, I kept saying, is Trey Young, is a big three? Does the big three of Trey Young, Sabonis, and Zach LaVine scare you anywhere as much as the price tag of Zach LaVine, Trey Young, and Domantas Sabonis? If you're going to pay three guys that much money, you better guarantee playoffs. And I don't think bringing Trey Young here, if that was a whatever deal, DeRozan, Malik, who cares? That three and some version of what is on the roster right now, and throwing PJ Washington instead of DeRozan, you can't guarantee. That's too much money to not be able to guarantee the playoffs, in my opinion.
I mean, you could guarantee the play-in.
We already there.
Play-in revenue.
Right. Is that how bad it's going to be in the West? Well, we're just fighting to get into the play-in?
I don't know. I think now that the draft is done, I feel like the three teams at the bottom of the West are still Phoenix. I know Phoenix traded for Mark Williams, so maybe their belief is that they're going to be able to get to the play-in. But Phoenix, New Orleans, and Utah are still the teams I think of are going to be at the bottom. But again, you don't know how the season's going to play out. You don't know if one of these teams is going to have a catastrophic injury like in the East. It's so hard to predict it right now. So you more so focus on the process more than you do what the end result of that process is going to be.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting talking to the guys, the Sacktown Sports editors, about Devin Carter. And I was focusing more on Jake LaRavia when we discussed the Nique Clifford draft and going with him, who is, slots more of a wing than Devin Carter, but they all kind of were bringing up, man, this is kind of a Devin Carter position here, maybe a little bit, bigger than Devin Carter. But what does this say about how they currently feel about Devin Carter? And to be fair, not as if they like Devin or not like Devin, how much could they feel about Devin Carter? They haven't got to see him play that much. You can fire up the last couple of years of Keegan Murray and say, okay, kind of assess what you feel like you have with Keegan. You can do that with Zach LaVine. You can do that with a lot of guys on the team. Couldn't you do more? Could you argue that based on film and based on tape, the Kings might know more, or this front office might know more about Isaac Jones than Devin Carter? Or it's close?
Yeah, but I also feel like I know at this point. Oh, Rafael Devers 2-run homer. And I also feel like I know at this point that Devin Carter has higher upside than Isaac Jones, because I've seen Isaac Jones play.
Oh, yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, Isaac Jones had a lot of, I'm not even saying rookie mistakes, just like was in the wrong place at a very wrong time situation last year. So I guess you could say that, but I also think it's apples to oranges when you're trying to make those types of comparisons.
Well, it's always apples to apples when Whitey Gleason joins us, and he will join.
I just asked him, by the way. He said the phrase is, if a tree falls in a forest, on a bear bleeping in the woods.
Okay. And here he joins us next. One more segment with you, taking you up to 2 p.m. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Hey, movie fans, get ready for the most authentic racing film there's ever been. F1, the IMAX experience.
They're saying Sonny Hayes isn't a has-been. He's a never was.
Starring Brad Pitt, F1 the movie puts you in the driver's seat of high-octane drama and speed. Filmed for IMAX, feel the rush of the track like never before on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen with horsepower audio. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento. F1 playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This July 3rd, get ready to ignite your summer at the Ronstrom Iscafire Breaker 90 at the legendary Stockton 99 Speedway with late models, mini stocks, pure stocks, legends, and mini mods. All out. Plus a massive fireworks show that'll light up the night. Get your tickets now at Stockton99.com. July 3rd. Be there.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
15 more minutes with you. I gotta go get a haircut after this, Whitey.
Oh, it's a good story.
I just thought you should know.
Thanks.
Gotta get the haircut so I can be back in time to see my guy, one of my guys, Maxime Reynaud, Boygolyub Markovich, or Noah Penda.
Bogey, yeah. Hey, I thought of you today. Got my new updated Napoleon grill delivered to my house. Great.
Oh, yeah. My wife said they're on their way to put it together.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Mine was put together when they brought it out, but good luck with that.
And I thought that's what we were doing, but it's just, if you want something done right, just, today. Still not done.
Huh.
But do you know they're coming today?
That's what she said. So we'll see.
Wasn't that the problem before? They said they were coming.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Okay.
Friend of the show.
Yeah.
Whitey Gleason. If I get back from my haircut and it's not out there glistening.
Look out.
I'm driving down to beep, beep, and I'm going to.
You got to have it ready for the 4th of July.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, why don't you just, get a couple people, get a couple friends.
We already paid. We already paid to have it put together.
Can't you get a refund on that?
It's just a lot. We got the draft going on. I got Bogey about to get drafted. Grant Nelson, undrafted free agent.
Just gotta, I'm just going to say it in your ear.
No. Yep. Whitey.
Bogey's not going to be there at 42, is he?
No, I'm looking here. Your guy isn't either. Kobe Bray at 37 to the Pistons, according to NBC Sports.
You know who's not my guy? It's Tyrese Proctor.
He's 6'5", right?
6'5", but he's kind of like the Scalabissier of point guards where, he was a much better prospect a few years ago, and he just hasn't really gotten bigger and stronger. Right. I know fans will be excited if they pick him. I will not be that excited if they pick him, but we'll see.
Bigger point guard, though.
Yeah, I know.
And that kind of fits that. How old is he? He kind of fits that mold that we were talking about during the roundtable. And let's see here.
He does not fit the mold if the mold has anything to do with being, physical, really good defensively.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? You guys probably talked about this. Devin Carter and Nique Clifford, they're so similar, and they were drafted by essentially different regimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
I don't like the Devin Carter comp because, by the way, Tyrese is 21, so a little younger. But I don't like the comp because Nique is 6'6". What are we talking about?
Well, there are some similarities. I'm not saying they're the same player, but they're jack of all trade types who are.
I just think it's a little early. I think it's a little early for Kings fans to too soon to do that with Devin Carter. And Devin Carter might still be a good player, but I just think I don't think hearing that makes them feel good.
Okay, all I'm saying is his reputation, his scouting report, when they drafted him, in a lot of ways, was similar to Nique Clifford's scouting report.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying don't say it. I'm not saying you're incorrect. You are correct. That's why I said, hey, why did you say it on your show? Don't you know what I mean? Because we're close, man. We're really close. Besides Kobe Bray, anybody, and you don't have to have somebody. You really don't.
Well, the guys that we talked about, you mentioned Bogoljub Markovic. Am I on
19.
I know. Was 6'10" or 6'11", depending on whose facts you choose.
Now, here's a guy.
Shoot.
Yes. Need him. I'd move up.
Would you?
I would move up.
You should never trade up in the second round of a draft. Did you see the trade that the Bulls and the Lakers made today?
Exactly.
The Bulls moved down 10 picks and just got cash. Yeah. Like the league is telling you that these picks are not worth trading for.
Unless you got a 6'11" Serbian. That looks like the next coming of Kevin Durant.
There's like 4 of those in the draft.
Yeah, so get one. Just get one. I don't care who it is. That's what I'm going to say. Alan, who's on your big board? 6'11" gamble. Whatever that is, just a 6'11" gamble. It could be my guy Grant Nelson.
I heard you say yesterday, was it 6'8" guys? 6'8" guys who can handle. They're all over the place. You didn't say a dime a dozen, but you were implying that those guys are a dime a dozen.
They're popping up everywhere.
Now, you tend to get really excited about certain players. Are you excited about Nique Clifford?
I am. Let me tell you, I am. 6'6", can handle the rock.
You didn't know who he was until 2 days ago.
Shoot the baskeball.
That's an open question to me.
Defend at a high. Well, it looks like he can shoot. That's after
his numbers were good last year.
But you can 38% from 3. Well, what else do you want, Whitey? And to me, you play at YMCA, and a guy Whitey, you play the first game of the day, he might miss all 6 of his threes. But how does it look, Whitey? Does it look like he should be making them?
It doesn't look great. Let's see. He had 4 separate stretches of 8 or more perimeter misses in a row.
What type of stat is that?
It's a fact.
That's a pretty cold stretch.
One stretch to start the year where he missed 14 of 19.
So he's due.
It's just I'm not saying this guy's terrible, I shouldn't have drafted him. I'm saying that's something to watch out for, because if he can't shoot, guess what you got? Chris Duarte 2.0.
Stop it.
So I'm just saying, let's not go overboard yet.
We're going. I'm on the plank. I'm jumping.
You would have done that no matter what.
Not for 6'1" point guard.
If Jace Richardson had been picked, you would have
jumping.
You would have thrown something.
I'm jumping somewhere else. And shout out Jace Richardson. I'm sure he's going to be a great ball player.
He got picked by the Magic.
I'm sure he's going to be a great. Well, yeah, Magic. Just please, can we get a guard that can score? Please. But I'm telling you right now, Whitey, I've been looking at this guy Nique for a long time. Shout out the Rams, Colorado State.
Is that true?
And
not true.
Kyle doesn't know what I do in my free time.
So, he did say after he got drafted, you know what he did, Whitey? Fired up the highlights.
Sure.
You know, and his ability. Have you seen him block those shots? I mean, the dude just athletic. This is where the league's going, Whitey.
The thing that stands out about him is he's a great freaking rebounder.
Yeah. He's Josh Hart, but better offensively.
I think
better is crazy. Josh Hart,
he could be Josh Hart. That's like, the perfect scenario. Maybe he becomes a player like that. And then I think if it doesn't work out,
you just what?
Chris Duarte 2.0.
So let me tell you this, okay? And I actually had this. I actually had this.
It's negative. It's just that's the way you have to look at it.
No, I was supposed to. I'm going to live tweet this. Okay. And here it is. I'm going to.
That's exciting.
There we go. I just tweeted it. I was supposed to tweet it this morning. I wrote it last night. The year is 2028.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan Murray, coming off his first All-Star appearance, headlines a young, hungry Kings team poised to make a run in 29. Nique, Devin, and Keon give teams fits offensively and defensively, while old reliable Sabonis does what he does. We are one step closer.
Keon Ellis is going to be 30 in 2029.
How does that sound, Whitey?
It sounds like you were drinking last night.
Well, I tweeted it right now. It is live.
All right. No, it's good.
Hey, look at the Giants going on a rally here.
A little bit.
I'm just telling you, Whitey, this is the reality. It's over.
It's good to be.
It's over. Can we just say this? It's over now, right? The suffering. We're so close to it being over now.
The suffering is over now because they traded up to get the 24th pick.
Actually, we have no idea what you're talking about.
Like Colin Cowherd. Hey, LeBron, we're good here. We have Ben Simmons now.
Right.
We have Nique Clifford now.
Weren't you surprised by how? Maybe you weren't surprised by how angry people were before the Kings traded up.
Man, they did not want to wait half a second.
A contest to see who can pile on the quickest.
But that's what I said. If I was Scott Perry, I wouldn't have even did the presser, by the way. And I was joking with the guys because I didn't get invited to the media party. Did you?
The media party? No, I did not.
The draft party? That's what I'm saying.
That's something you just go to if you're in the media. You just go.
I'm like a vampire. You got to invite me.
Okay.
But if I were Scott Perry, I would have just sat there on the podium with my arms crossed with BJ on my left. I wouldn't have said anything because these people, Whitey, they're crazy. They're tagging Scott Perry. Do something. Ridiculous,
It was
man.
a little ridiculous, yeah.
All right.
Especially when we knew there was a report that they might do something with Oklahoma City at 24. So when it got to 22, 23, same old Kings, I'm out. I'm never going to watch another game.
And now that you got Nique Clifford, you're back in that easily.
The suffering is over.
The suffering is over now. Whitey, people are responding just with laughing emojis to my tweet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not deleting it. I'm going to stand on business. Or I'll delete it at about 12 o'clock
Can you
midnight.
tweet the suffering is over? Are you willing to do that?
I'll do
Kings
it.
Fans.
No. I'll do it after how about this deal? If they take any of my guys, any of my three guys, okay? Maxine, Reynaud, Markovich, or Penda, or if they sign Grant Nelson, I'll tweet it.
Okay.
I'll tweet it. There we go. Whitey Gleason. Do I have time? What's coming up on the show?
We're going to talk to Cameron Salerno today, CBS Sports college basketball writer, of course, about the Kings' new draft pick and who they may be looking at.
There you go. Cam is great on social media. I can't wait to hear that. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to the Roundtable, Frankie Cardicelli, Chris Watkins, Brendan Nunez. Thanks to Kyle Ledbetter. As always, until tomorrow, the suffering is over. Secure the bag. Light the beam.
Don't forget about my podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery.